It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but soon they will realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, beautiful folks. How is everybody doing? Happy Thursday, Friday, part uno. Everybody's good? Yes, amazing. Nice day today. The weather is looking up more and more. I see nothing but clear skies ahead. In fact, mostly clear skies this morning, I must say. Nice, love it. I hope you guys are doing good. Everybody's okay? Working hard this week, getting a few things accomplished. Why not? Why not? So, on today's agenda, we're going to talk about some local news updates. We will certainly be discussing some things happening on the international front. It's been a very, very interesting week and a bit of open mic opportunity. So first of all, I want to thank the lady yesterday who called in reference to the shipment of goods that was sent. This would have been the group that Makiva Bush and Sherry Ann Smith and others, but they were the two ringleaders, if you will, who were working on getting goods to Jamaica. I honestly did my best to warn the community at large to not do it, not send your goods. First of all, you know, there's a lot going on at the port logistically because of this storm. We explained all of that. Hazard management was on here. Red Cross was on here. They're like, it's not as easy to get stuff to Jamaica right now. So there are those honest and natural delays. And then on top of that, you know, there are just some people who are not, let's just say that logistics and getting your stuff to a location is certainly not their forte. So we tried to warn you all about that as well. They're busy throwing parties, you know, for their spouses, using their spouses' boats to send your stuff, which means that the spouse would have made money off of that. I mean, that's so ridiculous when you think about it. But yeah, a fishing boat took some of your items to Jamaica. A fishing boat. I want y'all to make that sink in. The fishing boat is owned by Sherry Ann's husband. Some people, they just can't avoid conflicts of interest if they tried. Right? So I know you guys thought, oh, my container, this container is going to go in a nice big vessel. I don't know what this fishing boat looks like, but I can tell you what, it's not one of those big tankers, that's for sure. And then stuff has gotten there and it's missing. Stuff is missing. Your people in Jamaica have to pay money, which they don't have, to clear the goods. Nobody told you that that was going to be the process, that they would have to pay money. The same group is begging for money because they don't have money to send the containers. Oh, Lord, have mercy. I tried my best, did I not? To warn the community at large. I was very, very straightforward and blunt about it. I said, do not, under any circumstances, send your goods with these people. They have a history. There was the Honduras incident. And I can tell you, with the Honduras incident, there were very, very strong allegations that those containers sat in her yard for an exorbitant amount of time, just like the ones now sitting somewhere 2 months later. Your container ain't gone nowhere. And, you know, stuff went missing out of the containers. Allegations that certain family members were permitted to go into the containers and take out stuff. It's just too much mix-up. Sometimes you just have to know how to avoid a mix-up, as Aunt Lottie would be saying right about now. She'd be sitting here shaking her head like, what is wrong with you people? Not everything that glitters is gold. It is so fake that when it touches your skin, you're going to break out right away. The community has got to start to learn. I mean, there's only so much that this platform can do to save you basically from yourselves, because if you're not making better decisions, what on earth? I had someone reaching out to me, I think it was yesterday, day before, about this Keith, what's his name again? Keith Barnes? Is that his name? I've not even responded yet. But when I glanced at it was yesterday, when I glanced at the message, I was like, you have got to be kidding. Who in their right mind, right, would have anything to do with this man? after we have reported about him time and time again. I mean, I'm so sick and tired of telling you guys about Keith Barnes. We posted his picture. We posted how he owes this one money and he owes that one money. And you guys are talking about the police need to lock him up. Well, I hate to tell you this, but there's only so much locking up the police can do with these scammers. I mean, they arrest him, but then he has to have his day in court. This is not the type of offense that he's not going to get bail for. And I guess while he's out on bail, he's still scamming more people. So I need you guys to commit to memory who these individuals are, right? Like I said, we're going to put up some of the, there's some of the really big scammers, like the Garfield Robs of the world and stuff like that. Before you do any business with them, just Google their name. Now, I know Garfield, he thinks he's smart because he was putting the business in his wife's name and having you guys transfer money to her. So there are some scammers, yes, that think they're smartish. And they will do that. But, you know, inquire, message, check and verify before you get involved with these crooks, because unfortunately, Cayman has a lot of them now. It's so unfortunate. I saw somebody yesterday, I think it was Miss Morna, something we posted, I can't remember what it was now. And she said, oh, you know, we have all these imported, Johnny come latelys was a term that she used. And I had to chuckle to myself because I said, well, let me be very, very clear here. We have a substantial amount of our own homegrown, up to no good criminals. And I can't remember what post it was on that she was actually commenting on, but in that particular case, I think it was the driver yesterday morning driving horribly in traffic, right? So she's assuming, I guess, that that's an expat driver. I'm not too sure about that. I pretty well believe that that's most likely a Caymanian that's driving like a bat out of hell, like he ain't got no sense. You know? So it's not just the homegrown. I mean, my apologies. It's not just the foreign people who are here who are causing trouble. It's these idiots that we know are Caymanians. Yeah. They don't have no brought up say. You know, I was speaking to someone the other day who retired recently from one of the larger law firms, and she was saying to me how these new Gen Xers, or whatever we calling them these days, have absolutely no manners. She said, Sandy, honestly, she don't know what kind of parents they have. And I said, well, their parents would be our peers. You know, that's who their parents are. Those are Caymanians, mothers and fathers in a lot of instances, who just have not done a particularly good job at teaching their children manners and raising them properly. So we can't blame nobody else for that. We have to take accountability that somehow we have managed to lose the plot in this country in a very, very sad way. Our own people are a disgrace and making us look bad. So there you have it. What a hot mess. What a calamity. Anyway, let's own it. I mean, you know, you can't just own the good. You got to own the bad, the good, and the indifferent, as far as I'm concerned. Is it Gen Xers, Gen Zs? I don't even know who they are anymore. Yeah. Them that don't have no manners. Whoever they are. I don't care if they're X, Z, Y, W. Hardly matters. But it is obvious that as a country we have lost a lot of things, right? Some things we never had, if we want to be honest about it. Because I know y'all think that we were big time Christians with a moral compass. Let's just say that we believed in going to church, and some people tried to follow the Bible. But a lot of Caymanians historically, all I can do is shake my head, because y'all been up to no good forever from day one, quite realistically. So we have to own it. Come, Miss Stacy. Come. We have to own it and understand exactly, how we've gotten where we are. And we can't just sit down and blame foreigners for everything that's going on in this country when y'all are the ones causing the problem. It's not the foreigners doing it. So interestingly enough, the person driving this car yesterday reached out asking me to take down the video because they didn't cause the accident. Well, I'm not so sure that the post said that they caused the accident. I think what it said, well, it was only a matter of time before they had an accident because of their driving skills. And so, I'm not the traffic police. I can't say who caused it. I'll leave that up to the police to determine. But I'm pretty sure, given the way that they drive, the manner in which they drive, and the fact that they have been driving like this for quite some time, I would be very, very shocked and surprised if they were not at fault for the accident. So, a little bit cooler. So, yeah, I would be really, really surprised if they were not at fault. So they said, I'd appreciate it if you would take this down because I don't appreciate being posted without my consent. Please and thank you. One step back. We don't need your consent. You're on a public road acting like a proper tonto, a fool, a jackass, and you think that we need your consent? Anything you do on a public road, in a public business. So it's like when y'all go to, government building and you act stupid, you dress stupid, and somebody takes a picture of you, you think somebody needs your consent in order to be able to take your picture? You're in public, honey child. If you were so worried about consent, maybe you should talk to yourself before you walked out of your house and give yourself consent to dress decently. That's what you need to think about. So it won't be coming down. We don't need your consent. Thanks anyway. We appreciate it. Good thought on your part. Not really. I'm being facetious here. Every single morning, this vehicle is driving like this, endangering people's lives. Whether you caused the accident yesterday or not, you are, by the mere fact of how you choose to drive every single morning, overtaking multiple cars in an area that you're not supposed to overtake, right? They've got photographic evidence. They have video evidence of you. You see it? And then you have the audacity to message me on WhatsApp asking that we take it down because you are not, you have not given your consent. Are you crazy? Because I imagine you would have to be a little bit loco to reach out. No. That's not how that works. We share the roads collectively. We keep begging you, 10 accidents on average per day in this little country. Our little roadways, we don't have that many. And you still have people who are just incredibly inconsiderate. They don't care about anyone on the roads but themselves, breaking the law. And by the way, yes, we're going to send this to the RCIPS and ask them to do something about it. Whether you caused the accident yesterday or not, you should be ticketed and they have evidence of you driving in an unlawful manner. So get it together. Get it together. Don't be messaging me with no nonsense about taking it down because you didn't give consent. You just wasted words. You just wasted, a message sending me that nonsense because it's not coming down. Try to do better. You guys just, it just boggles my mind. It really, really makes me wonder. I'm not going to lie. There are times that I'm sitting here scratching what little hair I have left, scratching my head. I'm like, really? Oh my God. No, sir. Absolutely ridiculous. So the short answer is no. It's not coming down. Don't even bother asking. You're wasting your time. And I'm not going to have time for such stupid messages. I didn't even respond. I read it. I was like, keep scrolling, girl. Because they sent it to me yesterday morning, I think after the show. And I was just like, no. You're going to waste my time making me respond to you. Anyway, good luck to you. And we hope now that we don't see you doing this again anytime soon. So, because we'll be looking for you again, and we'll post you up again. All right, let me see here now. Someone says it's a Honda Accord license plate number 160805. One of our tipsters paying attention to the conversation yesterday sent that through. And like I said, we do one better. We do one better. We are going to send you straight to the popo. The police said all they need is the picture evidence, photographic evidence, and I dare say that we have got both, demonstrating on multiple occasions how this person, here's the video from yesterday in case you missed it, how this person is doing this, passing multiple cars. This is Old Crew Road, Old Prospect area. Everybody else sitting in traffic, but there they go, trying to pass all these cars, and they're driving like that, and then expect us to believe that they're not the ones at fault. My goodness. Poor thing, not. Yes, sir. Somebody said we should post their picture. We don't actually have it. I mean, we have it kind of, but not really, because I see the Instagram account that they messaged from as well, outing themselves. Looks like the name could be Casey. I doubt it though, because it seems like they've changed their Instagram name 11 times. I think that says more than enough about what we need to know about them. This is someone who keeps changing their IG name. But Instagram folks, anybody know who Casey is? Casey Paz is their IG name. If you know who this person is, and the name of the law, give them up, honey child. Let me show you who they are. This is Casey. I don't know if that's the real name or what kind of name we're dealing with here, because a lot of people don't use their real name at IG, but that's the account. Anybody know who Casey is? What's Casey's proper name? We'd be happy to pass it on again to the police so he can make sure he gets his ticket. And then you'll learn to drive better, because I'm not quite sure, Casey, where you got your driver's license from. But if you pass it thinking that you can, you know, do this sort of thing, then no. That's not going to work. I saw somebody, someone messaged me, say, Auntie, that's so-and-so. And his mama is so-and-so. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Constantly changing that IG name. Mm-hmm. Mm. All right. I'll leave the rest up to the Popo to do their job. They got the video, they got the pictures, they got everything they need. Now get to work. Get to it. Get to stepping, honey child. Morning, Siobhan. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Good morning, Miss Linda, joining us from Bermuda. Siobhan says, that's true. Not everything that glitters is gold. People definitely need to learn, but when? To the poor lady's credit yesterday, she did say that, you know, she doesn't get to listen to the show because of work. And I get it. People are busy, living their own lives, doing their thing. And so if you missed it, spread the word, tell your friends. You can't trust everybody. You know? Abby says, I would love some breadfruit from Miss Stacy right now. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if we have any breadfruit. Sometimes she freezes some. I don't know. For the most part, I'm not doing breakfast these days. Occasionally, I might have a breakfast, but most days, no breakfast. I'm doing one meal a day. So yesterday, I had a lunch meeting, so that ended up being my one meal. Ooh, I had some delicious steak and fried rice as the side, shrimp fried rice. It was so good. Delicioso. And then they give you this kind of like, it's like a kosher, like a thicker salt. And you put that on the steak if you want just a little bit. And man, it is to die for. So good. My new favorite restaurant. When I was leaving, the young lady was like, see you tomorrow. I'm like, Lord, have mercy. Every business meeting now, I'm like, let's go here. It's good. The food is really, really good. Good morning, Johan, Island Pearl, and Miss Barbara. Oh, Lord, Miss Barbara, you just reminded me, honey child. Lord, have mercy. Message me after the show. AJ is asking, does Miss Stacy have any snapper? I can tell you what we do have a lot of is the Jamaican apple tree is loaded this year. And when I say loaded, my God, I have never seen so many apples in all of my life. About a week ago, Marlon said to me, come and have a look at something. And I went and looked under the apple tree. I don't even know how that little tree is standing up. So many little buds everywhere. I'm like, whoa. We got to keep the iguanas out of the tree this year because, boy, they love them some. Let me see if I remember how to pronounce it. Eti-ato. Oh, God. Eti-ato? No. Ati-oti. Ati-oti. Atahoti. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Forget it. Those apples. You guys know which ones I'm, the last time we talked about this, probably last season when it was bearing, I felt like I had a good fix on the name and now, oh Lord. Atahiti. I think that's it. Atahiti apples. So Miss Stacy loves to make her some apple juice. Marlon likes it too. I try to drink it in moderation because obviously sweet and some sugar is probably being added to that. So I have it in moderation. I'm trying to say, I took a little video of the apple tree, trying to see if I can put my fingers on it, but it is, loaded. Lots of apples. So we gave some, Tahiti. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. Oh, Tahiti. Lord have mercy. Yeah. So I haven't seen any iguanas, although they can be kind of sneaky, you know. You got to keep calling them government, please and thank you. They love to climb up the tree and help themselves. I'm trying to see if I can find this video, but oh yes, I think this is it. Okay. Oh yeah. This is it. Oh Tahiti. Loaded. I think somebody's sending me their app. Oh, they have some in their tree too. Oh, beautiful. So they're plentiful this year, I guess. Nice. Gorgeous. So somebody just sent me their tree video. I think that's their tree. And then let me show you what our tree looks like. It's just crazy. Oh my God, we're never going to be able to eat all that. So we called our good friend, Mr. Dean. He's a pastry chef. And by the way, if you need any pastries or party, by all means, call Mr. Dean. He's your man. Look at this one. Gorgeous, right? Yeah. Lots and lots. So we had him come because I think he uses them, like he makes fresh apple pies and different pastries and stuff with them as well. So yeah, let me show you this one. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Oh, this video is taking so long to download. Let me see what's going on. I'm going to try it from this other screen over here. Sometimes moves a little bit quicker. All right. Yes, this is, let me show you. A lot of the buds were still green, but they ripen very quickly, I must say. I'm surprised. So have a look at Marlin's apple. I should call it Marlin's tree. But look at this. Look at the buds on this. Like literally every limb was teeming with, you see them? Every limb. Look at that. Full. All just hanging there. Look at all those. It's amazing. Truly amazing. Anyway, it's a tree that doesn't really have a huge trunk, but it sure does produce a lot of fruit. So look at them all over. So Miss Stacy got her little picker ready and beautiful. We don't seem to eat them just off the tree and raw, but Morning, Marshall. Lucky Body says perhaps the DVDL should start taking away people's licenses that drive negligently. Well, the DVDL does not in law have that power. So let's make sure we understand, Lucky, how the law works. The police have the power of enforcement. So they would have to ticket these individuals. Then in this country, because this is in America, you get due process. You get to go to court. You have your day in court, and you get to tell the judge, it wasn't my fault. I hope to God the guy he ran into yesterday has a dash cam to show exactly what happened. But yeah, then you get to go to court. You get to have legal representation if you wish to do so. You can plead guilty or not guilty. So there's a whole adjudication process. And if you're found to be guilty of the offense, there is a possibility that they could, take your license from you. The judge can do a number of different things, quite frankly. Gabby says not only in the morning, he or she drive like that at night as well, sometimes with no lights on, Sandy. Really? Some of y'all just have a death wish. I'm convinced of it. Like you just told the universe that I'm so stupid that I was put here on earth, given a wonderful, miraculous life in an amazing country, and I just don't want it. I'm going to be stupid. I'm going to do stupid things as much as possible every single day of my life so that my life can end early by running into a tree or, it's just like, how hard can it be in Cayman to drive with a little bit of sense? Ms. Holly says, these are the culprits putting your children's lives in danger and insurance rates up. Exactly. Because we pay for that, huh? Not to mention causing terrible traffic jams when they crash. Now they want to have their privacy. They obviously have no shame driving like this on a tiny island surrounded by their peers. They're certainly not asking for privacy when they're breaking the rules, right, Holly? Gabby says you have their number. Just call the number. Maybe that's an after hours call. A FAFO segment. Because, Okay. He looks mighty young, even from back on. This is Island Pearl. Morning, Miss Iva. Marjorie says, I'm out of, is that roasting breadfruit? Good morning, Strong Wilt. Says breakfast is the most important meal. Well, I think a lot of things that we have been traditionally taught, and I get the sense of eating less, but we were also taught that eating 3 square meals a day is the way to go, and snacks in between. And it turns out that that's actually not a really good idea at all. Have you guys seen the food pyramid has actually shifted? The things that, we were told in the past to eat, that's no longer, really what you should eat. Okay, let me see. Okay. All right, let me see. So yes, the idea is to tell people to eat your biggest meal of the day in the morning so that you have time to, walk it off, which so many of us are not doing enough of that these days. And then at night, eat very, very light, because a lot of us are eating heavy at night and then going to bed within a couple hours and your food just hasn't had an opportunity to digest. So I'm trying to do my cutoff by 7 most nights if I can. Some nights it's kind of hard because I get home late. But I try not to eat anything really after 7. Last night I was a little bit hungry and I felt like, oh man, I want to eat something. I've pretty much cut out snacking about 95% of the time. But having said that, last night I was like, oh man, I want something so bad. Miss Stacy made pasta and I couldn't eat the pasta. I was like, her pasta is so good, pasta and chicken, but I couldn't. The pasta is the wrong thing. Those carbs are the wrong thing when I'm sitting here trying to watch my A1C number go down and not up. So I opted to just have a few oranges instead. The little baby tangerines, I think is what we call them. I got the pre-peeled one, so I didn't have to sit there and fight with the skin. And I had a few of those while I was finishing up watching my Korean movie. I told you guys I'm obsessed with these movies now, right? I watch them all the time. First, I start out with the Chinese movies. And I know you guys think China, Korea, they're all the same. They're actually not. Their language is different. I'm no expert, but the language is different. And the Chinese movies are kind of next level crazy. I feel like the Chinese are like the Jamaicans of the Asian world. Because they be in their movies, they be taking it up a notch. Total drama, slapping each other, fighting, kidnapping each other. They're always like, their plot lines are like, oh my God. Every plot line, somebody's getting multiple slaps. And they're just like, pow, pow. I'm like, Lord have mercy. You people are violent. What the hell's going on here? So yeah, they're full of drama. But I don't get to watch much TV, and I just watch this on my phone, and it doesn't take much time really. And then I discovered that some of them are not actually Chinese people, they're Korean people. And the Korean movies are a much better plot line from the one or two that I've seen so far. They seem to put a bit more effort into their acting. Like, these are really good acting movies and stuff. Now, this industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry already, and it is competing with the likes of Amazon Prime, whatever their movie thing is called, and Netflix and all this sort of stuff. Like, there's a lot of people that are into them. And they have like little subscription services that you can subscribe to, and then you get unlimited movies to watch and so on. So I watched one this week. It was a Korean movie. They all, after a while, you just run out of plot lines in life. Like, I don't know that there's any original content as far as a movie goes. You got to get really, really creative these days to do that. So this one is about, lost love kind of thing, where in university, her father has a gambling problem. And so to save her boyfriend at the time from the embarrassment, she breaks up with him by pretending to have been with another guy. And so he walked in right when he was about to propose, and then he's heartbroken. So she thinks she's doing him a favor. And then he leaves and gets run over by a truck and was in a coma and had to relearn how to walk and get his life back. And that took 2 years. So 6 years later, their paths cross again. And then she has a 6-year-old child, and she doesn't want him to know the child is his child. It was one pile of drama, but the characters were I must say, I kind of like the characters, and they're not as, like I said, they're not as like the Chinese movies. They're very like emotional. And like I said, they're going to beat you up and chop you up and all kind of stuff. Whereas the Koreans, or even when they're upset with you, they're like very mellow, upset. She's like, I know you hate me, but she's not like yelling or anything. I was like, okay. Anyway, I was watching one of those last night, and sitting there eating my oranges. There you go. Mm-hmm. Morning, Miss Emma. Morning, Stacy. She says, do you mean Pomerac? Is that what it's called as well? I don't know. I have no idea. Miss Marjorie wants to know the name of my favorite restaurant. Well, I have lots of restaurants. My favorite one of the moment is this Japanese restaurant on the waterfront called Kojima. Delicious. Gabby says, how much for a bag of those apples? Oh, we're not going to charge you for apples. We can give you some. I'll ask Miss Stacy if any of you are ready that she can bag some up for you. But yeah, I'm not going to charge you for apples. Get the aluminum band that keeps them from climbing. Oh, yes, YouTuber. I'll tell that to Marlon. All right. Verdon Terry, good morning. There's some background music playing. Where? Here? I don't hear any music. Are you listening on radio? No, you're on Facebook. That's weird. Andrew says we need to start doing more backyard farming. Aki and Yellowheart breadfruit, food security, as we soon get more tariffs from Uncle Trump. Well, if you have the time, I love this idea. I told you guys during COVID, Marlon's sanity project was to become a farmer. Yes, honey child, we have a farm. Well, I say that farming. I mean, like, backyard farming. So he did the planter boxes, and we've had everything from like lettuce, callaloo, thyme. Thyme grows like wild. You just got to stick that in the ground and you have thyme for life. Tomatoes, some cucumbers, some things are a little bit more difficult to grow. And then sometimes when you want a particular thing, it's just not in season. And we had some difficulty getting seeds sometimes for certain things. But he has grown quite a number of things. We had sorrel. What else is back there? Lots of scallion. Scallion's another one that's pretty easy to actually grow. from the look of the bush, the scallion bush. I'm just like, oh my God, that thing's huge. But then after COVID, he just doesn't have the time. It takes time to get in your garden. And I think if you have the time, it's wonderful. It's a great form of like exercise, natural exercise. You're bending, you're squatting, and yeah, get in there and do your little thing. So I'm all for it. And then we have a breadfruit tree, we have a mango tree, we have an apple tree, we have an ackee tree. So sometimes we get ackee. We used to have more coconuts, but then they were getting pretty tall, interfering with the power lines. So we had CUC cut one down for us. I think we still have one coconut tree, but the placement of that one, I kind of feel like I might have to cut that one down too, because child, that's Zeus's little patch in the yard, his little pea patch where he can go outside, and that's like his little area. And the coconut tree is right above it. And Miss Stacy's like, the coconuts be falling on our heads. I'm like, oh God. The last thing I need is for a coconut to hit Miss Stacy or Zeus in the head. So your apple tree doesn't bloom until March? Really? Huh. AJ's asking, do Caymanians eat yellow yam? I think Caymanians will eat pretty much anything Caribbean-wise, so probably. I'm not a ground provision kind of person. So I don't eat a lot of yams or what's the other one? Cassava. I don't eat cassava. Never give me cassava on a plate because it's a total waste. Maybe once every couple of years, I might have a little piece of cassava cake, but I don't even really like cassava cake, to be honest. So I don't like yams and cassavas and plus they're full of starch. Shaka says, yes, Auntie, please school them on the eating habits. Folks have been brainwashed for generations. We could all do better in that department for sure. Real Deal says people are now exiting Spots Newlands Road and heading east in the wrong lane. So let me think about this. Spots Newlands Road, that's the cut through road, and heading east, which is that away, like going east end in the wrong lane. How are they doing that? Then they cross over 100 feet up the road just to avoid having to go to the roundabout and head back east to Newlands. Say what? I'm trying to visualize that. So this is morning traffic or evening traffic? Exiting Spots Newlands Road. Okay, on exiting it where? Because Spots Newlands Road runs through to the bypass and then on Shamrock. So they're exiting it on Shamrock, going down the wrong way, and then cross over 100 feet up the road just to avoid having to. I'm kind of confused about that, to be honest. I might need a visual. Lucky Body says a trick if you get hungry late at night is just eat a few grapes and call it a night. It works for me. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, but grapes is not grapes. I have pretty much cut out grapes out of my diet because they are nothing but little sugar droplets. I know. But when your main concern is the amount of starch and sugar that you're taking in, you probably shouldn't eat grapes. They are mostly made up of glucose and fructose, 15 to 24 grams of sugar per cup. So, I don't know. You might want to be a little bit careful with those, especially that late at night. So I'm trying to eat more citrusy things at night, like if I feel kind of peckish. You know what's good for you? Chocolate, but it has to be dark chocolate. Yeah. All right. Love a good K-drama. Is that what they're called? Korean drama? Yes. And like I said, I think I've only watched really two. Most of the ones I was watching was Chinese, but I do notice the language difference. There definitely is a difference in their language. And their actors are, by and large, I actually find them more attractive and better looking. But I know a lot of them actually have had cosmetic procedures, so I'm not sure if that's their natural look. because some of them really try to get rid of their Asian features, which is so unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. Oh my gosh, there's nothing like a good looking, naturally good looking Asian man. Oh my God, they're so, if I wasn't married and I was younger, some of them are just gorgeous. I love their features. But I think I'm really in love with the Korean look more than the Chinese look. But a lot of them are cosmetically, there's like big thing with cosmetic surgery in Korea. They're all redoing their eyes because they don't want the slanted eyes. Obviously, they're redoing their noses. A lot of them bleach as well. They whitewash their faces. I'm like, why? You guys are not really that dark. It's crazy. Andrew says we need to have a good CMR soap opera based in the Cayman Islands, directed by Auntie Sandy. Shall we be having a soap opera every day right here? Strong Will says Casanova is my favorite restaurant. Well, Casanova's, we went there actually earlier this week. It's so funny. Me, Mary, and Kevin decided to go there. And, you know, I love Casanova's, but I'm trying to not do the whole pastas. And obviously Italian food is like 99% pasta dishes. But I do love, they're just a classic. Do you guys remember, I was saying this to Kevin, he doesn't remember this. Mary and I, when we worked at Maples back in the day, this is like almost 30 years ago, we used to go to Casanova's all the time. I mean, probably 2 to 3 times a week. It was crazy how much we loved Casanova's. And then they were right there where the port is before they built the, what's it called? The Watler Port. That was where there was like a building that kind of ran long ways, and that's where Casanova's was. A lot of people don't seem to remember that. So yeah, we would go there all the time. So when we went this week, you know, I know the menu has not changed ever. So of course I know the menu by heart. And I order stuff for lunch that's not even on the lunch menu. And they're like, no problem, girl, we got you. But instead of doing pasta, I did some salmon. They had like a salmon dish. I think the salmon dish was actually in the lunch special, and then like little tiny little potatoes. And then I had a nice, what did we do for starter? We did salad. Yes, we did the avocado salad. And then I ordered some trifalata, which is like mushroom and shrimp. Really nice dish as well. So yeah. Andrew says your husband is a true yardie, so he knows farming. We had a farm in Jamaica, orange, orchid, cattle, everything. Well, I must tell you, can I tell you this story? This is so funny about Marlon. He is actually true country boy. Yes, they actually own a farm. They have acres and acres of farmland in Jamaica. And so when I first met him, he was showing me all of like the farm animals, because they have goats, and not like cows, but they have like goats, and they have a honey farm. But since his father passed away, I don't think, because he was kind of the primary one kind of tending to the bees and stuff like that. So I don't know how much of that still happens. But yes, every time when I met my father-in-law, he was like gifting me honey and all sorts of things. I was just like, oh my gosh. We used to have so much honey straight from the farm, fresh honey. So yes, they have all kind of animals. They've always had like a lot of dogs, big dogs, like German Shepherds, and birds. So his brother is a bird breeder. He has way too many birds. You go to his house and all you hear are the birds squawking, and you know, he's tending to them, and oh, we got some baby birds coming in, and he's checking in the incubator and all sorts of stuff. He's got parrots. So anyone in Jamaica, that side of the country, that like if they have a show for the kids, he'll take the birds and teach them all about the birds and the different types of breeds of like parrots and stuff that he has. And so, yeah, he actually comes from, you know, kind of that farming community. So he's not really a big city boy at all. He's not a Kingstonian. He lived in Kingston, you know, last couple of years, but he grew up in St. Mary. So there you go. You're absolutely right. Country boy. Good morning, Mr. Hill. Hill Construction says, good morning, Mrs. Hill. And my guess is the driver's not drunk. What is your security system doing about the way this country has lowered its standards, lower than a S-pit? What is our security? I was going to say my security. The police have their hands full. I gotta tell you, Mr. Hill, it's a hot mess. Sandy says, Anthony, have you seen the story of a Jamaican dancehall artist, Kip Rich, that went to San Andres, Colombia with his girlfriend over the weekend to perform, and she had a premature birth at 6 months, and he's all over the internet asking, soliciting funds on his GoFundMe, $250,000 US. They run around playing rich and don't have no money in Colombia. That has affordable health care. Miss Stacy actually mentioned this story. I'll be honest with you. She did mention it to me because, she keeps me kind of updated on some of the sauce. With these, I don't really follow the dance hall. I don't even know who Kip Rich is, but with that name, he should be able to afford it, you would think. So yes, I heard the story from Miss Stacy. I haven't really seen it anywhere else, but two things I'll say. Number one, lots of people pretend to be rich and have money, and normally those are the ones who don't have it. The people who are truly wealthy, they ain't got to pretend. They're not got to be flossing and driving around in the most expensive cars. They just live their lives. So that's certainly one observation. And people are driven by culture to pretend to be something they're not. So yes, the dance hall culture, you got to wear fake Gucci and fake this and fake that. You fake it, I guess, till you make it, if you ever make it, because you're too busy faking it. You probably will never make it. And then, but to be fair to them, 6 months is pretty early for her to have a baby. And to have a baby in a country where you're just visiting means that you probably wouldn't have access to, like, when you say affordable healthcare, I don't know what's affordable, but it's not like you're going to probably have insurance there, So I don't know if they had insurance, if they didn't have insurance. Let me look up what this Kip Rich guy looks like. Hold on, let me see. But I think it's unfortunate. And anyone who knows, once you have had a medical emergency, especially with babies, they can be very, very expensive. I told you guys this story just last week that my daughter was a preemie, and she turns out she was just fine. She was just small. 1 month in a NICU, that was still like $30,000, over $30,000. That was just the NICU bill. And so you can imagine at 6 months, you're going to have even more concerns. Now, I'm assuming that once again, they probably weren't expecting this pregnancy to go in that direction. So no doubt, lots of concerns there. So I see him in a picture. It's so funny. I see him in this picture at the, looks like the Norman Manley Airport there in Jamaica. And he's got all his wannabe Louis Vuitton bags, but I think this is the fake. I'm trying to look at the real symbol on it. I think this is the fake one for sure. Because you can tell some of them, they try to look like it, but they're not really. So yeah, big chain on the big necklace on the thing, probably cost them a couple $100 if it's real. But so many of these guys waste a lot of money on this stuff. And there he is. It's not even real, but you're probably not, to be fair to them, Anthony, you're probably not looking at just a couple $1,000s. This is likely a lot of money for a preemie, 6 months. I would suggest they get that baby out of there as quickly as possible. Go back to Jamaica, where you have more access to, medical care and stuff like that. So yeah. But I don't know who he is. Marlon, Kip Rich, Kippo, Jaro, Plunkett. What a name. No clue who he is. But yeah, that's sad. I mean, I do hope that him and his wife can, get some urgent help for the baby. I mean, I don't know how much he's raised on GoFundMe. They call her baby Miracle. Is that her name? Did they name her Miracle? Yeah, I'm seeing it now trending, but hopefully the baby will be okay, you know. But don't be fooled by the facade. Here's another picture of him on his own page, Kiprich, where he is here. He's in the U.S. He's a U.S. citizen, or he's just in the U.S. So here he is standing in front of a Rolls Royce with a cigar and a drink in his little outfit. You know, these things are staged. They rent the car for an hour or two to do a photo shoot. Sorry. Now with AI, they probably don't even have to do that if they were smart. So, you know, this is a lifestyle, honey child. They're trying to get y'all to believe that they're flossing. All right, ETOT. Yeah. Newlands connecting to the bypass. Good morning, Athena. So Real Deal, it spots Newlands Road. Yes, but I'm just trying to figure out exactly where they're going. You said they go east, then to turn around and go east again. I was a little bit confused. Beef jerky, ew. That's that processed stuff, Denny. You should be the last person recommending beef jerky. That cannot be healthy. What preservatives are in beef jerky to keep it? Because I don't think that stuff ever goes bad. Morning, Miss Lucille. Sounds like Marlon has money. He has honey. Lots of honey. He's impressing me with the goats. Let's see. Sandy, do you see on Facebook with this girl having twin and she didn't make it? Huh? Did you see on Facebook with this girl having a twin and she didn't make it? Which girl? I don't know. Who's that? Oh. No, he's in the US. Mr. Dean, please come for apples, Miss Stacy says. There's some on the tree that are ready to go. Bag up some for Miss they get ripe so fast. Oh my gosh. Just last week they were like all green. Whoa. Miss Stacy took a video. Hold on, I'm going to show you guys this video. There are a lot of apples on this tree. Mr. Dean, we need a apple pie, please, and thank you. All right. So let's talk about some of the things that have been making news recently. There is a case that I do want to touch on, but I'm waiting until he's sentenced because there's quite a bit that I have to say about this guy. He's now feigning mental health issues. He's a pedophile. There's no other way to describe this young man. And who I want to talk to, this guy, what's his name? And they're claiming, we should send him back to the UK to serve his sentence. George Martin Schliber or something his name is. I don't know who the hell. But his parents apparently own a restaurant here in Cayman Bay. Really sad situation. Except I don't feel bad for him. They claim he has ADHD. So that doesn't make you a pedophile. Doesn't make you want to molest people's children. Let me tell you all a little something about this kid. This is my humblest of opinions because I got to give it to you straight. I don't know his parents. I want to be very, very clear. And I'm always hesitant to blame parents when someone becomes an adult, because I think your adult children are ultimately accountable for their own behavior. This is him. Not a bad looking guy, but he is a sick MO. Fill in the blanks. I sat and listened to one of his trials where he raped, in that one, a 13-year-old child and for an 11-year-old, I think she was at the time. And for some time, we couldn't tell you his name because the court had a gag order in place. So we were reporting about this guy, and you guys didn't know it was the same guy with multiple offenses. So he was found guilty of raping this little girl at a hotel. Like, I don't even know how he lured her to this hotel. Like, the whole story was like, oh my God, parents, I am begging and imploring you. You have an 11-year-old child. Do not give them a cell phone. You are setting your children up for victimization by giving them a cell phone. People can reach them. They're on Snapchat, they're on Instagram, they're on this, they're on that, and you don't have no idea. What is going on? Their lifeline to these pedos is through technology. If they have no way to reach your children or no access to your children are safer. So do not give children cell phones. You guys come up with some fancy excuses. Everything under the sun. Oh, well, I'm so worried about them. And when we travel, I'm like, just keep your children with you. Seriously. So he was in communication with a little 11-year-old child. This man is a big man. And when I heard how he is grooming these children, how he is pretending in his 20s to be a teenager himself so that he can have access to these children, right? Out and about, just doing the most. He's hanging out where they hang out. You got to really be so incredibly careful. He was actually really good at what he was doing. The grooming, the communication, the way that he's like, oh, I'm just going to give them a ride. Like he was putting himself out to be this really nice guy. Yeah. Oh, I'm just helping them out. There's a young lady who was in a relationship with him who actually reached out to us and she said, this guy was so manipulative. He actually had me thinking that I was the crazy one. I said, girl, he was gaslighting her about how he was helping people. Can I tell you something so funny? Whenever I search my my messages and stuff, I see that he actually reached out to me multiple times in 2023. I don't know if that's still his phone number, child, but yeah, that's probably still him. Look like it's still a good number. George reaching out to me. Oh, I have a friend that needs a place to stay. He can no longer stay with me. Where can young Caymanians go to stay until they find a solution? I replied and said a hotel. Child, that's because you had them molesting people's children. Why he couldn't stay with you? Because you wanted your molestation den available. George, you're sick. You're a very, very sick person. Can his ex-girlfriend reach out to me again? I think one time she had messaged me. But he is really a sick individual. And what I would say is he has a history that has followed him from the UK. Now, this is where I have a problem with the parents. I don't ordinarily, like I said, blame parents, right? But where I do have an issue is his parents knew, that's why they ran to Cayman, that this dude has a propensity for underage young girls. Because how would they know that? Because he actually got an underage girl pregnant in the UK. He is a child with basically a child in the UK. So when your parents know that, and because they have financial means and they jump up and run from Sussex, right? And run off, and come to Cayman, they can set up their nice little restaurant and all that kind of stuff. Maybe y'all needed to get your son some help. Now you want to claim through his fancy lawyer, I don't even know who his lawyer is, that, oh, he's got mental health issues. The man has tons of charges: rape, assault by penetration, sexual communication with a child, meeting a child following sexual communication, gross indecency, possession of indecent images of children. He's sick, all right, but not sick in the sense that they're trying to, oh, he's got ADHD. He's contacting these kids through social media. You know, really sick. I'm sorry. These so-called psychological reports. Oh, he's had a troubled background. Yeah, his troubled background is when he was an adult, he got like a 15-year-old pregnant. That is a troubling background, all right. But it's not the kind of troubling background that, should force you to go out there and molest other people's children. So they said, oh, he was abandoned and, as a baby and adopted at 18 months. He don't remember that adoption. Get him some help. So he was diagnosed at the age of 10 with ADHD, but these wonderful parents gave him no treatment. He received no treatment during childhood. Please. These are people of means. I heard they had even bought him a condo or something there in South Sound for him to be frolicking and having zero supervision because, not like the dude was working. He was out here being a predator. Oh, we'd like him to have a placement in a UK mental facility. Ugh. I'm not saying that I got a problem with these lawyers, but I got a problem with these lawyers. Like, seriously. They don't even want him to spend time in jail here. We're going to send him to the UK. No to the no. I hope this judge throws the book at him. I hope to God he gets the maximum sentence for the multiple victims that he has ruined. One of the victims, when I sat there listening to her testimony, poor little thing, she didn't even understand what was going on and what he was doing to her. 11-year-old child. And then he was sitting there lying through his teeth. I guess he was lying because he has mental issues too, right? ADHD makes you lie, apparently. Lying through his teeth about, no, I didn't have sexual intercourse with her. I didn't rape her. And they were like, sir, the DNA evidence is there. Can you explain how your semen got if you didn't rape her? And he's sitting there looking like he's so stupid. Then he turned around looking at me as I'm sitting there taking my notes. I was like, boy, don't look at me. Because you're the kind of person that as I'm sitting here writing, I want to poke your eyes out with my pen. Do not look at me. All you pedos and child molesters, please, if you see me anywhere, walk the other way, look the other way. Same thing every time I see that guy, but he gets, you can tell he's uncomfortable when he sees me. What's the Caymanian one name with the afro? Oh Lord, the one who molested his own daughter. He has the afro and he loves to walk around the grocery store with no basket in his hand, just walk around looking at people. What's that last name? They have quite a few sick people in their family that love children. Begins with a W. Help me out, Caymanians. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. What's his name again? Yeah, James Webster. There we go. Sick MO. Trust me. Can't stand him. Every time he sees me. When I go to the farmer's market, he likes to sit down there. He gets up and move. Yeah, you better move when you see me. Dirty old thing. Nasty. Just absolutely nasty. And I would encourage all of you, when you see me, don't look my way. Don't look my way in court. I don't want to see you. You're out here ruining people's lives. And he actually had a girlfriend. He was actually dating somebody. This is the part that has my mind like, what? No, sir. Oh my God. Absolutely disgusting. He has some serious issues. But not what they're trying to say. ADHD, that ain't it. Throw the book after him and make sure he gets the most. In fact, the maximum sentence of 15 years should be a 25-year sentence. Can we also talk to our MPs for a minute? Every single one of you that's now elected to public office, right? Yep, you guys are doing a lot. You're working. I get it. You got a full agenda. But when are you guys going to actually prioritize the safety of our children and put certain things in place? Now, I'm going to share something because this was a public post. I'm going to share this by Kiara McLaughlin. I hope she doesn't mind, but she did make the post public. So, you know, I guess she doesn't mind. She unfortunately was the victim of a sexual assault. And she says that every single time her what's the word? Rapist comes up for parole, they reach out to her as the victim to say, oh, you know, he's up for parole again. This is a conditional release board, early release. So he keeps getting assessed as not suitable. And, you know, unfortunately, perpetrator, thank you. Every time this happens, they're communicating with her. And, you know, she has to then respond. Why do you guys keep re-victimizing the victim? Not for nothing, but as the conditional release board, do you think that anything has changed? The impact that the victim originally felt in her life and how her life was ruined, can I assure you that her life continues to be ruined? Yes, she's coping. She has tried to move on. You know, she says she's a hardworking realtor. She's now a mother of a little girl. But the impact that it had on her life is forever. Why do you guys keep reaching out to her, asking her for another statement again? Can't you just keep her statement on file? This is a question that I legitimately have, especially for these types of offenses, which victims really, really struggle with. In her case, as I recall, if I'm recollecting the facts properly, her perpetrator actually assaulted her when she was unconscious. And I think with at least one of the offenses, she did not even know that she was assaulted. And it was because somebody else, I can't remember if he was sharing the video footage, but it was something like that where they found footage because he recorded it of him assaulting her and they had to find her and identify her. So imagine this is like a whole P. Diddy thing, right? Where you're being assaulted and you don't even know that you were assaulted until somebody shows up one day and says, well, here's the video footage. So all of a sudden you now have to process that this man assaulted you in the most horrific way and you didn't even know. I think this conditional release board needs to do a little bit of a better job. You don't have to reach out to her year after year every time first of all, when he is turned down, can you not turn him down for the next 10 years and say, no, Bobo, every year he gets to reapply? Come on. That's not fair either. See? Please be advised that Mr. Give me his name because he's a convict. We can call his name. He's up in jail, old rapist. May renew his application in 12 months from the date of the last hearing. Can we change that? I'm sure that's in the law somewhere where we're giving these guys all kind of preferential treatment. But I would really love for it to be, okay, you apply the one time, don't come back for another 5 years. How about you just serve out the rest of your sentence and go shut up and sit down in prison? Good morning, caller.
Hey, morning, Auntie Sandy. How's it going?
Morning. How are you?
All right. Listen, just want to say, if nothing else, you're consistent. I just want to say thank you for always being the champion on this particular cause. There are a lot of things that you take up, but I remember many, many moons ago when you were on the other radio station, that's when I first heard you speaking and advocating along the same lines. And God knows that had to be 20 years ago. So I'm shocked that for all the times that this conversation has been had privately or nationally, that the powers that be, whether it be multiple elected officials or those in the system, that are responsible for setting tariffs and laws, how is it we're still having this conversation that the penalty for those found guilty of being sexual predators, pedophiles, molesters, rapists, monsters, how is it we still having this conversation and nobody's seen it fit to say that's an automatic 20 years of your life you're spent in jail where you should be subjected to the most heinous conditions and treatment because what you've done, or yes, what they've been convicted of ruins lives and people can't find their way out of it. In the news, you got this situation about poor George. I don't give a shit about George, to be honest with you. George is a monster, period, point blank. So I'm not sure how we are supposed to care about him and whatever difficulties. He was of sound mind, sound body, and willfully made attempts and efforts to harm these children. So now we're supposed to all feel bad for him? Really? He's lucky that it wasn't my child, your child, or somebody else's child, because then they would understand what justice should really look like. And all I'm saying is we've come to a point as a country where these things are too commonplace. These things are deemed acceptable, and we pretend that it doesn't happen, or somebody gets a slap on the wrist and they move on with their lives after they've ruined the lives of a child.
Exactly.
So, hey man, let's unite on this. Whatever we need to do to get serious sanctions put in place so that all of these monsters understand. You can try that nonsense somewhere else, but here you'll pay the consequences. And we're not talking about no pretty nice jail where you're in solitary confinement and because, you might have ADHD, you're a monster and you deserve anything horrible and bad to happen to you because you willfully decided to take advantage of somebody's child or somebody that was unconscious, which is the most cowardly thing in the world. Okay? So I'm not angry. I'm just kind of like, enough is enough is enough. And we keep having the same conversation over and over, but I just want to thank you and the CMR Mafia, but you in particular, for always, always, always being the champion of getting this thing done right. And if everybody else understands what this is about and the consequences for these sort of actions, they will stand up, speak out, and drive to get the result that we are long overdue as a country in changing the rules and making sure people pay a proper penalty. You can't have man doing stuff to your children and then they're out in the supermarket like they're rehabilitated. You're not rehabilitated.
Exactly.
Because if anybody did it to mine, they wouldn't get a chance to walk the earth again. That's how I look at it. And I know many others do. So thank you for that answer, Sandy.
Yes, my dear. Thank you so much. I mean, it's crazy. I know defense lawyers are guided by what their clients tell them. But there are times that I listen to some of them speak pure nonsense and foolishness. And I'm just sitting there like, I get it. Everybody deserves a defense, I guess. But this is the one category of people that listen, it would be straight to jail. But due process, we say everybody has to go due process. He's had multiple trials and he's been found guilty on every single thing. Multiple trials and he has been found guilty. So I assure you that we need our MPs to step up to the plate. You know, we've been talking about this for a really, really long time. We first reported on this back in April of 2024, where he was accused of raping I'm trying to remember if that was 11 or 12-year-old. She was very young, in a hotel bathroom. This guy's sick. Beyond sick. Yeah. But his being sick, when I use that word, understand what I'm saying to you, that does not mean that he gets to, you know, oh, we're going to send you to some posh mental facility in the UK. No, we're not going to do that. Sorry for you, but it ain't going to happen. It's absolutely disgusting. This one might have been 13. Grooming a 13-year-old girl he met on social media before raping her in a hotel bathroom has been found guilty. And you know, let me tell y'all something. He had another trial coming up. Now we can name him. So I'm going to tell Renee to update this story with who he is. 15 counts of indecent assault against 3 juvenile victims ages 11 to 14. You know, if I were a defense attorney, there are certain types of cases, straight up, that I would never be able to do. And I don't even have to tell y'all that this falls into the category. Yeah? Multiple victims? Sitting there lying to the court about her, how old you thought she was and what she took. All the evidence was stacked up against this guy. Grooming these girls, talking to her on Snapchat for several weeks before he started to ask her to send him nude pictures. Right? So apparently, again, I'm really, I share the details of these stories for one singular reason, because it's not that I'm comfortable with this conversation. In fact, every time I have this conversation, I'm physically sick. It makes me physically sick to talk about it. But as parents, I feel like you all are simply not paying attention enough to what is happening around you. You cannot trust people. So in one instance, she actually went, this was the one at the hotel now, she went with her mother to, the mother worked at the hotel. I can't remember if it was the Kimpton. I can't remember which hotel it was. But it was a nice hotel, as I recall. And I guess, you know, he had messaged her and she said, you know, oh, I'm here hanging out at the pool while my mom's working. So then he proceeded to meet her at this hotel. Mm-hmm. And then take her to the bathroom and rape the child. She thought he was another teenager because he, again, pretended to be something that he was not. So, of course, when the mother went and found her in this state in the bathroom, the mom's like, what the hell? And the poor little girl, you know, when you're 11, 12 years old, sometimes you're going to 13 years old. You're not going to admit that, oh my gosh, mom, yes, this man has been messaging me. So at first she claimed that she didn't know him. And then the mother pressed her a bit more. And she said, yes, he has been messaging me for weeks. Now, his parents, like I said, they actually own, Union Grill there in Cayman Bay. And they knew before moving to the Cayman Islands that their son had a problem. Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking about no ADHD, that he liked underage girls for whatever reason. Maybe he's emotionally stunted. He can only relate to 12-year-old and 11-year-old, but that is zero excuse. Get your help. Get your son some help. And you know what really upsets me is when people have the financial means, right? People have the financial means. They know these kids that they've adopted got issues. They have the financial means to actually get them help. You didn't do that. But now you can hire a lawyer to stand up and talk foolishness about, oh, he has mental health issues. Yeah, he gonna have more mental health issues right up there in Northwood. Because my suggestion is they put him in the best cell they can find, which would be the one right next to, so we actually had to go back. I see this story here. We had to go back April 2024 and remove his photo and stuff. I'm going to ask Renee now to update that and put his photo right back up, honey child. We can post him right back up. And this is the other thing, these judges really starting to get on my nerves about not naming them, because Wendy Ledger blames me. She said, oh, you know, you're the one in the media who started naming them while they were in court. And now the court is refusing and not allowing us to name them. Well, now that his cases are over, the court can't do nothing to me, honey child, and I will go back and fill in the blanks, fill in his name in every single story and put his picture back up. And for the record, why we can't name him and perpetrators like him, I'm beginning to have a real issue with, because, you know, not for nothing, but the courts have to understand that he wasn't family to any of the victims. We're not describing any of the details that would allow any of the victims to be identified. So I've noticed that there has been, and I've complained to the court about this, and I guess I'm going to have to sue the court over this. There has been a real shift in recent years where the court is preventing the media from naming these individuals because their lawyers jump up. Oh, you know, they're going to be named in the media. They should be named in the media. They should be named and shamed. And we should know who they are. Oh, because we might identify the victims. How are we identifying the victims? You didn't know anything, you know. We're not giving you any details in terms of anything identifying the victim. A 13-year-old, there are thousands of 13-year-olds in Cayman. Good morning, caller.
Morning.
Hi, Denny. How you doing?
Section 7 of the Constitution order requires the hearing to be public.
Oh, it's public.
No, I understand. But you see, the problem is that what the court is seeking to do is to change that to limit what can be made public. Pretty soon you're going to have secret trials if we continue down this road. I'll leave it there for right now, but I'm not very pleased with the court and how they're behaving regarding our rights. Take care.
Yes, I mean, listen, sometimes they say, oh, if you name him, he's not going to be able to get a fair trial. You know, there are legal arguments towards that. So the judges are leaning more and more in favor of those things that actually help the perpetrators. Meanwhile, the dude is out on bail. And, you know, could potentially be having access to your children. Oh, you know, we're going to tell him, oh, yeah, we have an order where he's not supposed to be around. Yeah, right. Who y'all think enforcing that?
Yeah, nobody.
Morning, caller.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I when it comes to the Cayman courts, I'm sorry, but I find our Cayman courts to be very biased. And we as a people need to start calling them out as it is. Because if this was a Caribbean person or a Caymanian or a Jamaican or whatever, this wouldn't be going down like this, and they wouldn't be claiming mental health. This is who they are. The other day you mentioned that you don't, it's Caymans and Jamaicans in our prisons, but we don't have white people in our prison because white people keep getting the slap on their hand. Every time they commit a crime, they get to go somewhere else to go do out their time. Why is that?
Well, we have a few, so I don't want to say that we don't have any. We have a few.
Yeah, we do.
But I do
status.
think what I will say is this. I'm not really saying the judges are prejudiced, because I don't, at my core, I don't really believe that. I think what happens is money buys you good lawyers. Money buys you access a lot of times, right? So if you have better legal representation that can find all sorts of loopholes and get creative with your defense, of course, you're more likely to get off. So there is that. The types of crimes that some of them are committing, some of the thefts and white collar crimes, sometimes they don't even go to court. They get a pass at, remember the lady who stole money from the old folks home? And the board just allowed her to pay that back and just leave the jurisdiction and walk away? You and me would have never gotten that. Let's be real.
I agree with you. That was going to bring that up.
So, I mean, that's not at the court level. That is just in the community where, these people are kind of looking out for each other. They're going to cover up for each other. And so I agree that they're less likely to cover up and give people of, Caribbean people and of a particular color, they're less likely to give us a pass. They'd be calling the police so quick. The first second they saw $5 missing, they would have been calling the police on you.
Yes.
So, I mean, it is, I think the judiciary does, to some extent, what it does. The specific issue that I have with the judges is the fact that they're really allowing these lawyers to make these arguments, because the lawyers who bring the arguments forward about why they should not be, why they should not be named in the media, and the judges are too quick to fall for it. And most of the time, the argument is, it's going to identify the victim, when there's zero chance of that happening.
There is zero chance of that happening, and it needs to change. I know that you've been fighting for a sex offenders register list for many years, and it's time now.
I have fought for, let me just be very clear too, because I fought for mandatory reporting. We have gotten that now, at least that's in the Children's Act, right? Because that was in the original petition that we had supported. So it's not just the sex offenders registry that I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for better educational programs in our schools to let our children be equipped to see a predator. When people start to groom them, they should be able to identify what is happening and go and speak to a trusted adult. And a lot of our children, unfortunately, are too naive. They don't know that if a grown man is messaging you, right, asking for pictures and starts contacting you on social media, that you should never, of course, she thought he was another teenager. This is where I'm saying now parents have got to control their children's access to these devices and to social media. Don't allow your children to have social media accounts. Don't give them phones,
100%.
because you don't know what's going on when they're on these devices late at night. You sleeping and your children are on the phone doing God knows what.
Yeah.
So, it's gotta stop. And it's a multi level approach. Parents have to do every single thing in their power to protect their children. No sleepovers. I don't know how many times I keep telling parents, don't do it.
Yes,
Stop making your children fearful of you, because they don't even want to come and talk to you when something has happened to them.
Yes,
it's crazy. Thank you so much, caller.
Thank you too.
I appreciate it. I was saying that, these conversations make me so uncomfortable because my stomach actually feels like I'm going to be sick this morning. There's a page on Facebook called Tell Somebody. Every parent here in the Cayman Islands, it has 274,000 followers, over 274,000 followers. You need to go and read this page, because this page shares victim stories. of how children, sometimes as young as 2, were abused. And sometimes the parents are the problem. They're neglecting their children. They themselves sometimes are the perpetrators. Fathers, stepfathers, even mothers, which I'm so shocked that a mother could be involved in this kind of activity. But yes, there are some slack, no good mothers out there, right? But one of the reasons I subscribe and I read these stories, as harrowing as they are, as tragic as they are, is because it opens, when I read the details, it opens up my eyes as to how vulnerable children are. Every single one of these stories demonstrates how children were basically sent to the wolves for slaughter, right? How they were not protected by the very people that are charged with protecting them. Some of the worst stories, children say, I told someone. They tell you, tell someone if something happens to you. They told and nobody did anything about it, especially when it was family. Right? So here's one, a 2-year-old, when the abuse begun, done by a next door neighbor, someone who publicly called himself a Christian, someone adults trusted. Of course. I don't care what you call yourself. Do not allow a 2-year-old, anybody, to have access to a 2-year-old like that, unsupervised access. What on earth? Huh? See what she says? At that time, my mother was very young. She was living with her grandmother. I was threatened constantly. He told me if I told anyone, he would do horrific things to my grandmother and burn her house down. And of course, these little children believe it. As a child, I believed him. Fear kept me silent. He used his own grandchildren to lure me over so that it looked harmless. Because of that, my mother and grandmother allowed me to go there, never knowing what was happening behind closed doors. When I was around 4 years old, the abuse expanded. And then 3 of my cousins also began molesting me together. I was still a toddler. The other thing that you guys have to be aware of, it's not just adults that you need to be fearful of. It's actually other children. Because unfortunately, other children are growing up in horrific homes and horrific environments themselves. They're over-sexualized. They were probably molested. They were abused. So you literally have 10-year-old children who've lived a life of abuse already, and then they start to prey on younger victims. So you can't just leave a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old with an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, or even older. This is what's happening. Right? She said, when she was 7 years old, my grandmother died. Losing her broke me, but it also removed the fear that he had used to control me. And that was when I finally found the courage to tell somebody. The neighbors served less than 3 years in prison. You can imagine. Our judicial system is broken when it comes to protecting our children. My cousins were underage, so prison was never an option. The system moved on, but I didn't. I read these stories because I think, my God, how can this pretty little, look at her as a little toddler, beautiful child. How did the system fail her? How did people around her fail her? Face after face after face. Young children are victimized all the time. Sometimes by their own siblings. There was one that really shocked me here because it was her older brother who was a teenager. And the sad thing about it is I remember reading it and she said something like, my parents were good parents, but they just never saw that you know, my brother who, oh, you know, they can't hire a babysitter. They don't want to hire a babysitter. So they just leave younger children with siblings. Look at this one. The things that these people share. When he was 8 years old, his own brother raped him, and my parents refused to take sides. What? Are you kidding me? Take sides? The abuse went on for about a year. You can imagine being a parent and you have one child who is raping another son, and you're talking foolishness about you not taking sides? Those parents should be locked up and the key should be thrown away. How does this happen? Yep. See what they say? I used to have sleepovers in his room every weekend. It started as horse playing, like normal brothers would do. And then it became more. I lacked the knowledge and experience. I didn't know that it was inappropriate, let alone with a family member. So I went along with it all voluntarily until I didn't. When he requested that I put my mouth on his privates, I initially said no. Then he pressured me several times, even putting his mouth on me, and I eventually gave in. You got to read it because you need to understand how children are groomed, what they're exposed to, because as parents, that arms you with the knowledge and information, as disgusting as it is, to then know how to have conversations with your children. Because listen to me very plain and straight now. We tell our children, oh, don't let anybody touch your privates. But are you telling them that they're not supposed to touch other people's privates? That they must not put their mouth or anything on other people? No, you never think of that. And then you see how the abuse starts with oral things, oral sex, right? But as parents, these are not the conversations we're having with our kids because we're thinking, oh no, they're going to just touch. Like, don't let anybody touch you down there, touch you in your privates. You know, we don't even call it the names that people are calling it. You have got to be vigilant with your children. And until you understand how these perpetrators work, right? How they can be an older sibling right in your own house. A child that obviously you have raised. Biological fathers, mothers who have all these boyfriends coming and going, uncles. There was one in here that was shocking to me, and it reminded me of why I say it is important that you not make your children be afraid of you in this life. We grew up in a time when there was nothing for, you know, parents to beat you, aunts and uncles to beat you. Everybody used to beat you. And so, you know, we raise children with this idea that if you do something wrong, you're going to get a beating, and that was okay. And some of these lessons that you teach children very early on, perpetrators then use that against your own children. So there was a really, really sad, horrific story that I read a few weeks ago where this child, I want to say maybe she was maybe 4 years old or something, at 6. I think this is the one. But what happened was she'd done something, I can't remember, broken a toy or something. And so one of the other kids in the family complained, and her older cousin, I think it was, said to her, you know, I'm going to beat you for this. And so she was afraid of getting a beating. And then I have to give you a trigger warning because this is very, very disturbing, but I want you to understand how people take advantage of your children. So she was so fearful of getting beaten by this older cousin. And then he took her to a room and said, well, you have an option. instead of me beating you, which obviously she'd been exposed at such a young age, so already being beaten and hit, so she knew what that meant. Instead of me beating you, I'm going to give you a choice. You can play horsey with me instead. So, of course, you say to an innocent child, you want me to beat you or you want to play horsey? Play. This is how they pretty it up, or we're going to play a game. You need to tell your children that's no game. That's not playing. So she didn't know what playing horsey meant. So that versus getting a beating, which she knew what a beating meant, she knew how horrific that was, she opted to take the other route. Yes, I'll play horsey. Horsey meant turn around, pull down your pants, pull down your skirt, and he sexually assaulted, he raped the child. I want to say she's probably about 4 or 5 years old. And she had no idea what this was, but this was playing horsey. But you see, the problem with this story, folks, is that we have raised children where anyone can walk up to your child, anybody in your family, and threaten your child with physical violence. And because you as a parent have normalized beating children and disciplining children in such a way that they don't think there's anything wrong with people beating them. And so when someone in the family, a cousin says, I'm going to beat you, that's an option. Nobody, I can tell you right now, I do not put my hands on my daughter. I don't threaten her with any form of physical violence or physical discipline, whatever you want to call it. So if anybody walked up to her and said such a thing, she would be so horrified by that option. She's not going to play no horsey with you, and you definitely not going to talk to her about putting your hands on her and beating her either. She's going to come and tell me, this person said that they wanted to hit me, they wanted to beat me, and then we got a problem. You need to open your eyes, parents, and see how people are manipulating your children, and sometimes in the most innocent of ways, we as parents are setting them up without having really thought it through for this level of manipulation and control. Good morning, caller. Hello,
Are
caller.
you talking to me?
Hi, yes, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
This is a very important topic, our youth. And you mentioned a couple of things. You were talking about sexual abuse. You were talking about manners. I got to tell you, the other day, not the other day, this is about 3 weeks ago, I was in Falkland doing some food shopping. And I was looking at this 7-year-old child on his cell phone, kicking his mother in the shin because he wanted a particular cereal. And she was like, no, you're getting this cereal.
Wow.
Which was more healthier. And he wanted the cereal with the sugar. And after a while, she just submitted and gave him the one that he wanted. Sometimes you're not doing your child a favor when you say yes to them all the time. Yeah. You have to teach them. You have to teach them no. And then and just the whole cell phone thing. I've got 4 daughters myself, 32 to 45. And one of them has a child about 9 or 10, I can't remember. And she said, "Hey, Dad, I'm thinking about getting her a cell phone." So I said, well, and I'm not in the advice business. I'm really not. If I have personal experience with a particular topic, I'll share on that. If I have particular training or education on a particular topic, I will share that. But I'm not in the opinion business.
Yes.
But in any case, she said, "So, Dad, what do you think about that?" I said, "Well, you're a pretty smart girl. Matter of fact, you're not even a girl anymore. You're a full-grown woman." I said, "You know what I noticed a lot is I do IT and telecommunications for a living.
Mm-hmm.
I said, when you give your 9-10-year-old daughter that phone, you can just say goodbye.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because
Yep.
they will develop no social skills. They'll have no time for you. They'll have no time for their friends. Nothing. They will be glued to that phone with whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, some K-pop or whatever they do these days. 9-10 little girls. You can just say goodbye. You know, it's and just going back to the sexual abuse thing. You know, even though we are more educated about this today than when I was a child, or when I had little girls, I should say, even though we're more educated about this, there is still so much shame and guilt associated with it.
Exactly.
I mean, little girls will finally get up the courage to tell mommy that Uncle so-and-so is doing this thing. Still get up the courage. You know what mommy will say half the time? I don't believe you. Why are you making up such a lie?
Yep. I'm shocked. Like I said on this website, when I read the number of stories where parents do nothing, don't believe children, it's shocking. Yeah.
I have a friend who lives in Africa, Zanzibar, Africa. She used to work for the FBI, and she's involved in child sex trafficking rescue and stuff like that there. It's the stories she has told me. And it's not just women. It's taboo to mention that it happens with little boys too.
That's right.
It's even more taboo.
Absolutely. I mean, you see this little young man that I was just talking about, he shared his story. And when you go on this site, you do see men having the courage, because that's what it is when they come forward, you know, because when you talk about the taboo nature of it, especially in Caribbean culture, because what we try to do is we say, oh, well, if a little boy has been, abused, oh no, if it's a woman, she's just trying to make you into a man. You know how many men here in Cayman have told me that helpers who've had access to them at 9, 10 years old, sometimes even younger, was fondling them and sexually abusing them, and as they got older, made them have sexual relations with them. It is actually quite common. But when it's a little boy with a female, we don't have a problem with it, because we try to say, oh, she's just helping you grow up to be a man. No 12-year-old, no 13-year-old, no 15-year-old child, male or female, should be touched or groomed or sexualized in any way, shape, or form by an adult. No exceptions. By anybody.
There's been a couple of movies that were made about that, women molesting boys, but they make it like a comedy show.
Exactly. And that's disgusting.
Yeah. All right, Sandy. Listen, you have a great day.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. No, it's absolutely disgusting. And I want to be clear. Women can be perpetrators. Men can be perpetrators. You know, girls can be victims. Little boys can and are victims on a regular basis. And the sad thing is, the little boys are less likely to tell anybody ever. Because again, oh, you're supposed to be a man. You need to man up. What are you asking of your little boys? Or the flip on this is, if a man assaults them, right? Oh, well, you're gay. You made a man touch you? How could you do that? I'm thinking, he's a kid. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He is a kid. How do you put the burden on a child, right? Because another male assaulted him and touched him, and you make him feel like he's the problem. Or, well, now you're gay because you made it happen, so you must be gay. And it's like, what? But this is the narrative that as Caribbean people, the false narrative that we've been forcing on our children for far too long. And that's one of the reasons a lot of them do not come forward. Good morning, caller.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, caller. How are you?
Good. A topic that hits a little close to home.
Yep.
Still dealing with it to this day. And when I hear of things like this, it's very upsetting, very angering.
Mm-hmm.
Mine began at 7.
Mm.
My escape was alcohol at 9, leading into drugs at 12.
Mm-hmm.
And the scars that it leaves and how innocently it seems as it begins is what parents and adults need to be looking out for. You know, just a little hug.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come sit on my lap. Just different things that lead up to gaining trust from your parents or the parents to be able to take your kids out on a day trip. People just don't get it. And it's, you know, I know parents need a break, but you even, I mean, we're talking years ago, but it's even more prevalent, or it seems now, because people aren't so ashamed. And I was shamed for many, many years. I couldn't tell anybody because of what was said to me by my father when I was young. You better watch out, boy. Something's going to happen to you one of these days. And then when it does, I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, my God.
So, of course, I could never go to my father to share the story or stories. And I never wanted to disappoint my mother. And that's one of the reasons, like I said, I chose alcohol. I had access to it. So I chose alcohol to be able to numb myself. And then again, like I said, drugs, because it wasn't a one-time deal. And I was put in situations that I should not have been put into to begin with as a child, by dropping me off at somebody's house, you know, to play for the day. You know, people just have to understand, you know, I mean, like I said, I'm still dealing, and that's not the only thing I have to deal with. I mean, I've been through physical abuse, child and mental abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse. Just stuff that no child should ever be subjected to. You know, the only time I got attention from my father is if I acted up or acted out. Well, yeah, I got a beating, but he paid attention to me. I never heard I was proud of you. And the only time he said I loved you was on his deathbed.
Very sad.
And I was 32 years old. So people can think it's so innocent, or the situation's so innocent. And like you said, Sandy, about letting your kids have sleepovers. No. Leaving your young child, whether it be a boy or a girl, with a step parent, a neighbor, a friend, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a babysitter, even. It's just not a safe world, and it's even less of a safe world today. So, and this enabling of parents giving in to kids. No wonder we have so much disrespect nowadays.
Yeah.
When a young child can look at you that's 7, 8, 9 years old and just turn around and say "F you," and not think twice about it. Or how a child disrespects the parent, mainly the mother, because the mother allows it. She allows it. She permits it. And it all starts at a young age.
Yeah.
You can't change the script when they're 9, 12, 15 years old. That's too late. It's too late.
You can change it, but trust me, it's infinitely much more difficult to do so.
Oh, it's a lot of work,
Yeah.
a heck of a lot of work to be able to change what you've instilled in a child. You know, your brain is learning quite rapidly just by observation.
Mm-hmm.
So we can talk about girls being molested. Yes, we need to. Raped. Yes, we need to. But you also need to speak on men.
Yep.
And boys, because men, believe it or not, are
Mm-hmm.
also able to be raped.
Mm-hmm.
And people think that's how is that possible?
Mm.
People need to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Stop walking around like nothing's going on. Because like I said, the world's not getting, the people, not the world, the people in the world aren't getting any nicer.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Sandy.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I can assure you that, unfortunately, his story is not as uncommon as you think. There are so many men, now men, once a boy, that have shared their stories with me. Lots of Caymanians. And you know, some of the perpetrators have come from so-called well-respected, I put that in quotes, because nobody who molests a child, respect and their name and their family name, in my opinion, does not go in the same sentence, especially when their families have known the kind of evil that they have been putting children through for years. Business owners in this community who use the promise of jobs. Oh, come and work at our gas station. Come and work at our shoe store. To have children, boys, at their disposal that they could then groom, pile with alcohol, and molest at will. Right in Georgetown Central, there are some very, very famous cases of this. People know it because I've had some of their victims say to me, oh, well, my granny told me must be careful. And what the hell does that mean to 9-year-old child, to 12-year-old child? They didn't know what they were talking about. How can you tell a child, you're sending a child in the lion's den, how can you tell them, yeah, I'm going to let you take this job at the gas station, although we know these people have a history, an alleged history of molesting people's children, plying them with alcohol and molesting little boys and taking photos and all that kind of stuff back in the day. Yeah? And then you allow your child to go and work for these same people so that they can be around them, and you tell them, oh, just be careful your hair. You be careful your hair. What the actual fuck? How can a child protect themselves? How? And of course, they were victimized. And then years later, they found out their uncle was victimized because everybody in Windsor Park knows about these people. And y'all think because they have money and they own a business or businesses that they're good people and that they're not going to harm your children? Let me tell y'all how many fucks I give on a good day when it comes to this particular topic. Bless Noli, he's now gone. But he actually talked about one of the twins that molested him. He talked about it. He shared it publicly at it wasn't really a conference, but at a public discussion that we had years ago at ICCI. So you can imagine my dismay. You know, he talked about how he struggled with that, having been victimized. my dismay when the next twin decides to get involved in politics. Yeah? And he made the decision because they were PPM. Of course, PPM not vetting nobody them. Don't get me started. He then supports the PPM and by extension in Windsor Park supports this man running for public office. We have child molesters who has served as MPs. And we continue to be okay with this. I don't give a shit, quite frankly, if it was you or your twin. When I hear that you were there with knowledge, taking photos, and giving alcohol to the children so that your twin brother could have his way with these little boys, we gonna have a fucking problem. You can do all the good in the community that you want. Tell you what, some years ago when I was having that nation building case, right? You know, because they want to make this about politics, but sometimes you got to get down to the fundamentals of who a person actually is. And there was some comment, somebody had posted up something. I don't remember what the original post was about now. And I had comment on it, and I guess they didn't like my comment. The twins didn't like my comment. Oh, but at least we're not a thief or something like that, referring to this nation building case, which hadn't yet obviously gone to court because the court threw it out. So I said, really? I said, let me tell you something. From one Georgetown to the next, make sure you hear what, and I typed it right on Facebook for the world to see. I said, let me tell you something. I would rather be called, I'm no thief, but I would rather be called a thief any day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it don't make no difference. Call me a fucking thief than to be known for molesting children. How about that? Fucking perverts. And from that day, they never spoke to me since. They blocked me, unfriended me on social media, blocked me. I said, good. Because somebody has needed to tell the truth about you motherfuckers for a really long time. Y'all turn a blind eye. Oh, they come from a good family. Really? Cousins in Cayman. Assaulting cousins, raping cousins, molesting cousins, and y'all sit back because of who their family is. Oh, their family, white Caymanians, they come from this side. I don't give a shit who they are. We've got to start speaking out and protecting our children at all cost. So imagine my shock and surprisation when I think it was last year or maybe the year before. I go to the Boys to Men annual event. Bless Mr. Murray. That program does so many amazing things. And they actually honor these same people I just telling y'all about with this known history. But you see these, you know, Mr. Murray from Jamaica, he don't know these people. They give him one face and he think that's great. Oh, always willing to help out with the program with these young boys. Sure they are. Probably trying to atone for the countless young men that they molested over the years. And they actually got recognition and an award from the Boys to Men program. I almost wanted to throw up at was it the Kimpton or the Indigo? Where did they have that one? I can't remember. One of them hotels there. I almost wanted to throw the fuck up. I think it was the Kimpton. Or maybe the Ritz. I don't even know. One of them. I was like, do you guys know who you're rewarding for, helping out with a boys program? Really? You know the victims that I can name that have spoken to me personally, not including the countless ones who probably have never even said a word? There's probably a reason why they like the program, why they like being around little boys, bringing back memories. People, Caymanians, pull the wool from over your eyes. Wake up, because that is the only way that we are going to protect our children. Why can't we get a sex offenders registry in this country? You know why? Because every single one of us have a family member that is a child molester, a pedophile, and or a pervert, or all three. That is why nothing can be done about it. Oh, well, you know, if they get a sex offender registry, yeah, my cousin, he went around molesting all the little girls in the family. He might end up on it one day. It's time. And let me be clear. The registry, in some respects, I don't want it to give y'all false hope, you know, because the vast majority of child molesters do not end up, do not end up ever being convicted. And the only way they can end up on a registry is if they were convicted. And yet, just last week, at the grand opening of the court, we see the DPP's office talking about escalation in the number of these sexual abuse cases. So it is happening more and more. They say that there's a worrying upward trend of child sexual abuse cases in this country. There is a very likely possibility that it's being reported more, but I wouldn't doubt that there is also an upward trend. And Caymanians, non-Caymanians, all of us who live in this beautiful little rock, all three islands, need to stand up and start fighting more for our children. Talk to every single one of your elected officials. Tell them it's time that they stop doing everything else but this. You can do more than one thing at the same time, you know? So we have immigration reform. Great. We have financial reform. Great. We have education reform. Great. Now, how about also prioritizing our children? How about also protecting them? When they do tell, making sure that they can get adequate support, counseling, right? Because we have to know that when you damage a child in that way, that is lifelong. That is a death sentence for those people. Giving them access to free counseling, ensuring that the perpetrators get locked up for as long as they can. How is it that we don't have minimum sentencing for that offense, but we can have minimum sentencing for gun crimes? I'm not saying that a gun crime isn't horrific, of course. That's taken somebody's life, potentially, but so is child abuse. Just get it done. It cannot be that difficult. We had the Child Act legislation sit on the books for, I think it was something like 10 or 12 years. With proposed changes, and all those people, the progressives, the UDP, mixed governments, every single one of them sat there and allowed that legislation to sit there forever, and they would not push it through to enforcement because the new legislation included mandatory reporting. How serious are we in this country? This is my question. How serious are we in this country about actually protecting our children? Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sandra. How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
Girl, light them up, because we have this entire parasite. What do you call it? I don't know. I guess it's a parasite. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. The underbelly of our community. Mm-hmm. How many of us up here, young girls, were done the same thing up in that Creek Seventh-day Adventist Church, mm-hmm. and down in that Stake Bay Baptist Church, fondled, sexually fondled, mm-hmm. abused. And when our parents, well, my mother didn't take crap from them. She went and told them about their ass. Mm-hmm. Be honest. She did light them up. But nothing ever was done about it when it came to the authorities, when it came to the Ministry of Education, when they did it to us in our schools. Nothing was done about it to the young girls up here in the Bracken. Apparently it's still going on. So it's some sort of parasite that has not been treated. And it's because we have authorities. We vote people into parliament who are afraid to trouble it because they got about 20 members of their family that does it and has done it and is guilty of it. So they don't want to rock the boat. Mm-hmm. And that's the unfortunate thing about our community and our country. It is embedded into our culture. Mm-hmm. Molestation, sexual abuse, sexual harassment for children, mm-hmm. grooming of our children. I mean, all of that going on. And look, parents out exposing some of the grooming went on in the Lehman Scott High School. And I bring it to the forefront. You bring it to the forefront. I get charged to go to court for it. You hear the rubbish, but that same situation gonna bring more shame and embarrassment to the Ministry of Education. So, Cousin Raleigh, you better get that sorted out before you don't get elected again back in West Bay. Remember now, 4 years come very quick, very quick. And if we're here addressing the parasites in the system and all of you in the authority that have the power pen to remedy this and to fix this and to stop our children from falling to these abuses and these horrible situations that turn them, when they become adults, they become people like me, little monsters. I'm just kidding. But the point is not a laughing matter. Let me say, the point is so many people mentally as adults, and I see it in the BRAC, have not healed from the trauma of that situation from they were very young children. I see it. The adults now, their lives are like ruined. And that is the sad part. We don't have a system to protect us. Our system, all it does is protects those that are doing it against everyone out here who are victims of it. That's who they're protecting. Those that are bringing the abuse to the victims in the community. And we need to put a stop to that. So I agree with you. We do need that registry. I'll help you fight for it. If you need a cussing voice, I'll happily join you and cuss for it too. So you have a good day.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it. 936-2626 is the telephone number. This discussion makes my heart heavy. But we can't stop, unfortunately. You know, we owe it to each other. We owe it to every single person that has had their lives changed by these types of events. All the poor innocent children that have been impacted. It is time that we, as aunts, uncles, adults really, take the charge and try to do everything that we can to protect children. So Ms. Pat says, how long have we seen this upward trend and still nothing being done? It's a good question, because he says that they need appropriately trained counsel to protect child and vulnerable victims. They have been failing so miserably at this that's why the MASH unit was put together. And we have to continue. Really and truly. We have to continue to fight. Yeah? We should have child advocates embedded in the judiciary. That should be their sole job. Specially trained. They should be members of the the DPP's office, my apologies, who are experts in these types of cases. They know how to handle the case files. They know how to interview and deal with child victims. RCIPS, they need to have people, again, who've been trained in this specific area, because unfortunately, most of the members of the RCIPS, being a lot of Caribbean people, they come from jurisdictions, including Cayman, where, oh yeah, he just funded you, nothing wrong with that. Or their interviewing of victims is so poor that they don't get the adequate information that they should to secure conviction. You know, it's just a hot mess. So we need a lot of fixing in a lot of different areas. And that really is a lot of the things that I'm calling for, not just the sex offenders registry. Now, in lieu of a sex offenders registry, we have to make sure that people know, and this is where the transient population, expat visitors and workers here are at greater risk, because I can describe this Webster guy to you guys. What's his name again? James Webster. I can describe it, and then you guys know exactly who I'm talking about. You know exactly the horrific things that he did to his own child. But somebody just come here from Honduras, Jamaica, the UK, the United States. They don't know who James Webster is. They wouldn't know him if they saw him. So they're allowing visitors, tourists. He could be working at one of the hotels and come across people's children. So the registry is for informational purposes only. Like I said, it's not a huge solution in the sense that it's going to protect you, but it at least lets you know that, okay, this person already has a history of this type of behavior. And that is important. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning, Miss Brenda.
How are you?
Not bad. How are you?
I know you're a little bit nervous right now, but so am I. I'm going to make this very quick. It's like 3 questions because I'm going to watch Jack Smith. So, Sandra, I know once upon a time you were a strong advocate for having, the sex registry done. And you weren't getting any support on it at that time. And then the government changed and you were very, very connected to that government at the time. Honestly, I thought you would then get it done. I don't know why you didn't, but you didn't. And then I noticed you went a little quiet on it. I also wondered why that was. And now I remember back in what I call the election season, the campaigning process, Minister Anglin came on your show several times, and I heard him speak about it, But since he's been elected, I haven't heard anything. So I have 2 questions. One, I don't know if you want to tell us why you didn't get it done in the period of when, I don't remember what they called themselves at that time. Oh gosh. Anyway, it was when Wayne Panton was premier. And then I wonder if you have heard anything further from Minister Anglin as to whether, he plans to pursue this. And because I know a lot of people, including myself, we were very, very supportive to him and said, if you're going to do this, we want to help because it needs to be done. So they were my 2 questions. And I'm going to end with a comment, which is something.
Sorry, what was this? What was the second question?
Oh, about Minister Anglin. Do you know if he still plans?
Okay.
He campaigned on it. So I was just wondering, if he still plans to carry through on his on the campaign promise.
Okay.
Obviously, we know that things will take priority. It doesn't mean that, that one went out the door. Sorry. And I'm going to just end by saying, I have said this for many, many years. I would like to see the law change. Instead of them changing the limit for alcohol or the term for a gun, regardless of the circumstances, I think that when you molest, guys, it should be an automatic life sentence, not just a child, anyone, because that's a life that changes. There's no coming back from that, especially in a society that has no help for it. And you are so very right that we do need child advocates, we need counselors. And I'm going to give a fine example. You may not agree with me here. You had a woman on your show the other day who was trying to explain something. It was very obvious that she wasn't equipped to do that. And as a result of that, many people didn't believe her. That is why we, as people, we have to meet people at their level. I would not pretend to be able to sit down and interview a child. Maybe I could do it with my own child, but not with yours. And this is very much lacking. But I go back to the sentence because I would like someone to stand up and say, This has to stop. If you rape, if you molest, and I don't care what degree of molesting it is, it's a life sentence. At the very least, you know, that person will not be back on the street for at least 30 years, and whether you are male or female. Thank you, Sandra.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So let me answer Ms. Brenda's first question. The second question I will have to speak to Minister Anglin about, but let me be very, very clear on the first question. It was kind of a two-part question. So one was, why wasn't I able to get it done? Well, wow, if I had that kind of power, there were so many things that I would have gotten done over the years. So I am not an elected member of parliament. I know sometimes people forget this, and they think that because I have a working relationship with the premier, the former premier, Wayne Panton, that somehow I can dictate to Wayne Panton what his agenda is and what he is supposed to do. Even this current premier, that I can dictate to Andre Ebanks what the government's priorities are. No, I can't get it done. I'm not an elected official. I have no legal remit to be able to get it done. So why couldn't I get it done? I wouldn't be sitting here having these conversations as often as I do if I could just have waved my magic wand and get it done on my own. That's not how it works. Every single one of you should be sitting here saying to yourselves, you know, if you never signed the petition, by the way, the petition's still up all these years later. It was presented to the deputy governor, must be over 20 years ago. It's not a new fight. But if you've never said to your MP, this is a priority, as much as work permits, control, and all these other things that they're trying to fix, if you have never said to your MP that this is a priority, it becomes a situation where I'm the lone wolf in the friggin' bushes. I don't have the power to get it done. As amazing as this platform is, and that should tell you a lot, because we sure do action a lot of things around here. But this one, this is a hard fucking nut to crack. And there's a lot of reasons why we can talk about why it has never been a priority for any government. I just told you one reason. Because too many people know their own family gonna be on the friggin' list. Y'all are electing known child predators. And you're asking me why I couldn't get it done? How about we really tell the truth around here? I wish if I had, you know, a genie in a bottle, you get 3 wishes. Wishes number 1. Let's put systems in place, not just the sex offenders registry, but lots of things need to go in place to protect our children at all cost. That would be my first wish. Let's do that. Because that means that there are going to be fewer people out in the world struggling with depression, bipolarism, all sorts of mental health issues, abuse. They then become abusers themselves. Drug addicts, you know how many of them were molested as children? We could go a far way to solving a lot of our social ills if we would just prioritize our children. The other question/comment is I went silent on this. I have never, I don't know, maybe that was a minute, Ms. Brenda, when you weren't really listening. But this is not a topic that anybody, in fact, some of y'all claim that I'm obsessed with it and that's all I talk about. This is not a topic I've ever gone silent on. Every opportunity I get, when I see these things happening in the courts, we report on it. I discuss it here on the show. There's been so many cases. Even the other day, the assistant teacher one, we were the first ones to bring you that story. We were the first ones to talk to the family members about how he assaulted that young lady, what he had done, how he stole her innocence from her. We did a whole show on that. So I'm surprised that anyone would think that I've ever gone silent on this topic, because I have other people telling me that, gosh, Sandy, you talk about it a lot. As I have said today and on other occasions, it's not an easy thing to talk about. So I don't know. We're still here. You know, we're not talking about it. I mean, I talk about even the celebrity child molesters, the P. Diddy's of the world, the Matthew Leslie's of the world. My God, I could have gone to fucking jail over the Matthew Leslie case because I was exposing him for the predator that he is. And all y'all sitting back having nothing to say about that. You know what y'all were saying? My own cousins, Sherry Ann and Dr. Frank, talking about, well, she does have a conviction, yes, for trying to out a predator. That's what I was convicted of, speaking the truth on a man who has a horrific history. And I had screenshots and messages and everything that was shared during that podcast. And I'm the one who fucking gets prosecuted for it, who goes through the ringer, goes to court, and had to pay a $3,000 fine. By the way, thank you for those who donated to my fine, because I know a lot of y'all didn't, but thank you. Praise the Lord. I was able to pay it within days of getting fined. Almost went to jail. And y'all think that I could be doing more, that I could make it happen? Well, I really wish I had that kind of power. Because it is not for not wanting. But, you know, sometimes you kind of feel like the lone wolf here. Why ask yourselves this question when it comes to media? Why am I the only person who's really even having this conversation? Right? When we talked about Renato Harris and how he raped that woman, got her pregnant, we had her on the show. All these so-called media houses that exist, not a single one of them have ever had a victim come on, has interviewed victims, has talked about these cases. Why? Some of them have all 3-4 talk shows a day. They have a platform. Why is it that only Sandra Hill is even having this conversation in a public space? I'm just saying. It's crazy. And we need to stop the madness. Speak the truth and shame the devil. I see some of your comments coming in. The countless hours that I have spent having these conversations to try to advocate for change, to get our community to understand why it's so important. Giving you details that make my skin crawl and that are uncomfortable at best. This person says he obviously ain't that mental. He had older women, but still prays an underage girl. Speaking of George, the most current case now, he has the mentality to know that he has to groom them prior to committing his act, and he needs life imprisonment. The lawyer should be jailed with him for putting that defense forward. Now, Carrie, I think this message is for you, because someone is saying, listen, you called in and spoke on this. However, how on earth did you marry a man who broke into a woman's house, cut her throat because he was in love with her, but she wanted nothing to do with him, and also was convicted of other sexual offenses? Now, look here. If we're going to have a moment of honesty, right? We all have to be accountable for the decisions and the things that we say and we do around this topic? So that's a fair question, Carrie. You can answer it or not. I mean, that's entirely up to you. But everyone knows your husband, whatever his name is, Whitaker, that he has a history of rather violent assaults against women. So how do you marry somebody like that? You see, you can't on the one hand say, yes, I agree with you. We all need to be advocates for children. And we need to stand up for children. We need to lend our voice, right? If a school teacher is there, you know, having a porn site and potentially children have access to this, we can't say, no, she needs to be terminated. We stand firmly on that. But yet, in our personal lives, we marry people who've assaulted women, who have raped women, who've cut women's throats, who we know are child molesters, and who've done all these things. We want to marry these people and be in relationships with them, et cetera, because then the community is looking at you like, what the actual fuck? Let's be honest. In 2026, what do they say now? This is the year of the horse. Let's gallop more towards honesty. Yeah. So Ms. Brenda says, I didn't say you don't bring up court cases. I mean, the very strong advocacy you started with, nothing has changed, Ms. Brenda. I think you probably missed a couple of shows because it hasn't changed. So much so that the last governor before he left requested an audience of me to talk about this very same thing, because one day him and his team were listening to the show and they heard some of the things that I said advocating around this, and they thought, you know, the UK has given money. 9362626 is the telephone number, by the way. Someone's asking for the telephone number. The UK has given money to fund educating children in schools. And he said your own schools, mostly the church schools, have turned it down and said, no, we don't want you guys talking about anything of a sexual nature around our children. And he said, I heard you talk on this topic. That's why I had my team reach out to you, because we need to figure this out. Why is it that your so-called church schools do not want children to be educated on how to protect themselves from becoming victims? I was flabbergasted when the man told me that. It's that culture that we have embedded in this community that has got to change. Good morning, caller. So we got two callers. So, I got to take one at a time because the next one's calling in WhatsApp. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like calling back, but just for the benefit of clarifying what I said, in case it didn't come across right, I did not and would not suggest that you have never spoken of it. That's not what I was saying. I was speaking about, the petition and you championing this cause. That's what I was speaking about, about you going quiet on it. And I've heard you speak about this many times. And I think I even saw you do an interview with the governor one time. I don't remember what the subject matter was. And he did say something to you like, you come across strong or something to that effect, And so I would never accuse you of never speaking of it. I was just talking about having a discussion like you're having this morning. I'm talking about when you were out there, because I think you started it.
Sorry,
and
I
you
put the wrong number.
were really, hell-bent on getting this registered done. That's what I was referring to. So if I didn't make myself clear earlier, that is what it was. I would never, ever accuse you of not standing up for this, because I think that your heart, if it's ever in the right place with anything, it's with this. I'll tell you that. And that's coming from Brenda. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the clarification.
All right.
Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
It's me, Karen.
Morning,
All
Karen.
right. I heard what you just said, and I heard what your audience said. Let me say this. I do not get involved with my husband or any of his situations. I met him, I married him, and I was in love with him. We all go through those situations in life. Were you going to persecute people for that? Kitty has not reoffended So what you've just come out here on your show and alluded to with whoever sent that in, which is probably some supporter of that porn celebrity. But anyways, my point is they're starting a war. That's okay. They want a war. We're gonna give them a war. Anyways, my point is people change. I am into giving people second chances. That is the teachings of my Bible. It talks about giving people more than how many forgiveness a day? 70 times 7 or something to that effect. Anyways, my point is this, and that's who I am. I am not going to change because you say that I should not go and marry somebody who has a past. Everybody has a past, Sandra. It's not fair for you, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's not fair for you to bring him into this conversation.
Well, I didn't bring him in. Let's be clear.
Well, you did because you spoke what your audience told you, and that's not fair.
Carrie,
you did not have to read what they said. He has nothing to do with it.
Carrie,
no, I'm going to tell you now.
No,
I
got to tell you.
No, you listen to me.
When do
your audience are just being very nasty. You and your audience,
Carrie,
whoever they are, and we know that they're not somebody that's very brilliant and smart. They just pick and fight with me, but I'll give them a award. They don't care awards.
Carrie,
Sandra, tell me, would you, if the shoe was on the other foot, would you have felt that way to know that your husband hasn't reoffended from their release and has been a good law-abiding citizen and works hard and even works for the government and got into the government under the Second Chances program and is a brilliant representation of that program that the deputy governor put out there. So that's not fair, Sandra. You're not giving people the opportunity to show that they have changed and whatever they went through, if indeed, and a lot of it was lies. And I can afford to tell you, because Miss Priya Levers reviewed his entire matter and declared him not guilty of any of that. So there you go. And that's all I'm going to say about it. And I'm not carrying this conversation any further. Leave Ken out of anything to do with me. That's not fair to him. He has gone on and done way better and is doing better. And that's how we're supposed to treat those of us that go through our court system that are very, very, very prejudiced towards our native Caymanians. Look how many our young men over the years has been given police records and shouldn't have, and other nationalities come in here and commit the same offense and don't get one and continue to live here and go on to get PR and status. So you need to be fair to your people, Sandra. You have a good day and I still love you. Bye. Tell me, say hi.
Okay. I just had to let her talk because obviously I wasn't going to get in a word edgewise. So let me say a couple things that need to be said. Number one, and this is why some of these MPs, I even had a conversation with someone yesterday about why they don't want to come on our show. Because we put up comments that they don't like. It is not favorable towards them. Look here now. You signed up for the job. But I want to be very clear about how we treat comments on this program. I don't censor comments. Oh, but you didn't have to read it. That would be a form of censorship. Now, the comments that coming in, I don't get to all of them, to be fair, because sometimes it'd be all 500-600 comments for one show. So no, I don't get to all the comments. But if I get to a comment, sometimes it's just put up on screen and I'm just scrolling through. And other times I actually read the comment. The person sent the comment in. There was no reason why their comment should not be discarded. And like I said, it is a fair question. Now, Carrie, the details of what you're saying seem to be a little bit confusing. Let's be clear. He was convicted in a court of law multiple times for multiple offenses against women. That's not up for debate. I don't give two fucks what Priya Levers told you in the comfort of her home. He was found guilty and served jail time. Now, if he has turned a leaf, well, thank God, because women are now safer in our community. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Y'all can give him all the credit in the world for that. That's fine. And it's not about second chances. It is about, listen, how many of you all would take me seriously if I was sitting here saying that I'm a child advocate, or I'm an advocate for women, and yet I'm married to a woman beater, a wife beater, a child molester? That's really what the comment is saying. The comment saying, Carrie, this is probably not the show for you to be calling in on. Although we know that it's rampant on the BRAC. Because your commitment to the issue, when you marry someone who has that history, whether he's turned a leaf or not, that's not a pint. You're kind of missing the pint. Pay attention now. You're claiming this other person not bright, which I don't know how you jumped to that conclusion. And let me say that this other person was actually a man speaking out. And I'm glad that men want to speak out on these things. So it makes you uncomfortable? Sure, I understand that. You say if the shoe was on the other foot, let me tell you something. There's certain people that I can't deal with in a personal relationship in my personal space. Okay? You brag about having access to a dildo. Well, I would have been telling you to flex on that before you go pick up this man with this record. He has changed, good for him. Make him go change with some other woman. That wouldn't have been my choice. That's all I'm saying. So the shoe would not have been on the other foot. Because, you know, for all of my poor decisions relationship-wise, that one shit that I'm not doing. I'm not getting in it. As soon as you show me your true colors and I find out anything in your history, oh, you've hit a woman before? One guy told me from East End, what a fucking idiot, how he ripped out a woman's toenail once in an argument. And I said, oh, shit. Maybe you're not the kind of Caymanian brother that I should be talking to, because you're not going to be ripping out my toenails or hitting on me, because I will box you the fuck down. And I'm not about that kind of life. So, Carrie, he's saying must cease and desist. You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. You can't defend someone who has a record, not once, but multiple times. And listen, I don't know your husband, you know. I want to be clear. I don't know anything about Kenny. What I do know, and this is so ironic, that years ago when he was looking for a job and couldn't find a job, I was at a meeting with, bless his heart, if he could talk right now, he'd tell you, Austin Harris, and a few other people right there in Grand Harbor. We met at Austin's where he was working at the time, the radio station. And we were having a conversation about how to help, you know, certain people who were having Caymanians who were having difficulty finding work. So then his name came up and I said, well, who the hell is this guy? And someone said to me, oh, he's married to Carrie now. But he's had multiple offenses and not just the one case. Yes, he cut that girl's throat, poor Patricia, almost killed her from ear to ear. Went to jail for that, came out, and then raped and assaulted other women and stuff like that. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, who the hell is he? He would be on the list if we had a sex offenders list. So I was like, damn, I didn't know that that's who Carrie had married because I don't know the guy. And they're like, yeah, you know, this is why he's having a difficulty finding a job. So we have to find, I mean, yes, Caymanians deserve second chances, deserve a job, but with those types of convictions, you got to be careful where you place him as well. So I'm glad that you can say he hasn't reoffended in I don't know how many years. That's great. Because that type of reoffending we definitely don't want. So, again, those are things that are a matter of public record, convictions, you know. And it is what it is. You can't defend that. If you made a poor decision marrying him, then you made a poor decision marrying him, but don't call him the show trying to say that, you know, we're being unfair and I should have read that comment and all that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. And, you know, the same energy that we have for the school teacher that you talk about. She not raped nobody that we know about. She not sexually molested or cut anybody's throat. But the same energy we have for her, when we talk about her, right? The same accountability that we're asking for of the system, yeah, it matters. And I say that regardless of how you look at this, the one decision in life that you get to make is who you gonna lie down with at night, who you're going to marry. That is your confidant. That's supposed to be your best friend, right? And if you make a poor decision to marry someone who has had this record of multiple convictions, multiple offenses for this type of behavior, then you're going to get what the duck get, which is the cold hard truth. So somebody brought it up. Why wouldn't I read that comment? You're asking me now to censor my audience? I can't do that. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm doing all right. No, I agree with you. I personally, I think that, people who commit like certain crimes, like, especially with like women and children, we shouldn't have them in like certain positions, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna have a pedophile, running a school board, or what I mean?
Yep.
So I do believe that there's opportunity for people to because that's the main goal of any conviction, if you think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go to prison, they serve their time, they come back out, and they should have the opportunity to reintegrate. I just think personally, we need to draw a line on, we need to draw a line in the sand, especially when it comes to women and children. My personal take is that if, I think Cayman's laws are very female focused, in my honest opinion. So they're more geared around towards, protecting women, and sometimes it comes off as an overcorrection. I'm just kind of, on the fence with that, because there also has been cases where women have falsely accused men as well. Pendulum swings both ways. So
let me address that for a second, right? So it's not that the legislation is female focused, because you can rape anybody, as a previous caller said. Men are victims of sexual assault and of rape. Now, of course, we encourage them, just like a woman would come forward to, have the judiciary report it to the police, have an investigation done. You go through the process. Everyone has that right under the law. So the law isn't specific. There's no law that says in this day and age that you can only rape a woman, right? So the legislation is there. It makes it clear that penetration by any form or instrument, there's actually a separate offense for that, but that is a sexual offense. I think the concept that women are somehow protected more under the society or the legal system, I think is an interesting one, because the truth of the matter is, when we look at the raw numbers, women are more likely to be victims than men. And there's different reasons for that. So would you not protect the weakest in your society? Now, there's a separate issue here of women who make false reports, which is a very serious situation. But I dare say to you that the number of women who actually make false reports is 1 to 2%, statistically speaking. So,
I mean,
no one wants to be on the receiving end of a false report. Let me say that, right? But if it's 1 to 2%, even let's up it to 5% of all reported sexual assaults are false. Let's give them the 5% mark. Do you really think then that we are going to put 90% of our effort into the 5%? No, because I'll tell you from what I know of the system, what I know of the judiciary, those 5%ers that might be lying or not telling the truth, they get flushed out. I'm willing to put my money, if I was a betting person, I would put my money that they're not the ones sitting at Northwood in jail. You know what I'm saying? During cross-examination, and if it even gets that far, those are the cases that get flushed out. Because once a liar, because that's what that is, any woman or man who falsely accuses someone, especially of a heinous crime like sexual assault, when they see that they're going to be put through the ringers, they have to do a police interview. They have to do, it doesn't really hardly ever get to court. And I'll tell you that the only time that I can be certain that that has actually happened in my memory in recent times was the last case, ironically, against McKeeva Bush. I don't believe that woman was assaulted by McKeeva Bush, but I also think she has mental health issues. I do think that she was a victim of a child on multiple occasions of sexual abuse. And somehow She was confusing McKeeva Bush for whatever reason. You know, she kept describing her perpetrator as being a big, fat, disgusting man. I mean, McKeeva might meet all those credentials, but that doesn't mean that he's the one who actually raped her as she alleged. And so the jurors sat there. She was questioned by prosecution, defense. The jurors sat there, and when they got it, they're like, no. At one point, it kind of made me sad in a way because her story and her theatrics were so over-exaggerated that at one point they actually laughed at her when she was on the stand. And I know she felt that. And there were those of us who come out, you know, you talk about these cases in the hallways of justice or whatever. And we were like, this story don't even make no fucking sense. So I honestly think that those cases get flushed out. They're not the guys who are locked up in jail at Northwood. Could there have ever been maybe one? I mean, I'm not going to say no, but that ain't the majority. And even in the minority, those cases don't, you're not getting a conviction for most of those. It is quite the opposite. It's actually the reality that a lot of perpetrators are getting away with it every single day in our court system because they got good lawyers. There's a question of doubt. Is he shed, she shed? So automatically, the system is designed to give the defendant, the accused, the benefit of the doubt. If they're not sure, beyond a reasonable doubt, they say, you know what? I don't know if he really held her down and raped her and slit her throat. I don't know if it was him. They let him walk. That's the reality of the system.
Okay, so all right. Let me just backpedal here because there's quite a bit of points here. So like 90%, you're saying that 90% of men or like anybody who's committed sexual offenses, 90% of the time they have done it. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is,
I'm trying to understand that.
The false reporting when it comes to sexual offenses is extremely low across all jurisdictions, including Cayman.
Okay, so false reporting is very low. So that means the 90% who report, right? They're legitimate reports. But you said also that there's also been cases in Cayman where people get off innocent through having good lawyers and a good defense team. So my question is that, you know, was the report legitimate in the first place if they're getting off?
Yeah, because the reasons why they're getting off doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Well, I just said that there's a high mark, there's a high bar for convicting someone, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. That bar is not as easy to cross as you think. And you have people who, yes, have good lawyers who can create enough doubt in the minds of whether it's a judge or juror to say if this offense actually occurred in the way in which it occurred. Like I have seen lawyers in court blaming the victims, even child victims.
Right. Yeah.
Right? I've talked about there's a Jamaican guy, some Rasta guy. He was accused of raping his daughter about 3 or 4 times. And he got off and he walked. And I struggled with how the jurors got to that conclusion. How did he walk? Because he said, oh, you know, she's upset with me because I didn't want her to go to a sleepover. Because if she goes to a sleepover with other girls, she might become a lesbian. That was basically his defense. And because we're so homophobic in this community, even that allows this hardback man to walk away scot-free. I believe that little girl. I don't think a 12-year-old child is going to accuse her father. And they moved around so much, she couldn't remember all the different locations that he had done it. But she's like, okay, I know one time when we were at this pink house, you know, on this street, it happened there. This is a man who, you know, common worker, couldn't even afford to have his now coming into her teen years daughter have her own room and her own privacy. And so one of the line of questioning was like, okay, you only have a 1 bedroom, but why are you sleeping in the bed with her? Couldn't you have slept on the sofa? Couldn't you have no. And he had this child from when she was an infant because her mother is like no good Caymanian and drugs. So she's already a vulnerable child. Let me give you another case, right? Remember the case with the taxi guy there who was moonlighting as a taxi driver and he was alleged to have sexually assaulted that woman?
Is that the one on Calico?
No, he actually did it right outside of her house practically. This is a guy who
Holy
ran for
hell.
public office. Yeah. I'm telling you, there's a lot of cases here.
What?
This is the one who ran for public office in Prospect. With
Okay.
I think he was an independent. Well, somebody help me out with his name now. But anyway, he ran for public office. He got off in a case. Somebody need to help me with the names. I'm asking one of my audience members to step up and help me with his name. I can't remember his name now. But anyway, he ran, I think it was Red Bay. I think he was running in Red Bay. Anyway, he went to trial, right? This woman, Leon Gold. Remember Leon was accused of sexually assaulting a woman? You don't remember?
I don't really remember.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've been living in Cayman, so you have to pardon me.
No, that's okay. So he was accused of sexually assaulting this woman, right? So she had gone out for some drinks. First of all, he was not a taxi driver. He was moonlighting as a taxi, using his mother's taxi vehicle to drive up and down, pick up women when he was not a taxi driver. Okay. So he picked her up. She was intoxicated. He ran in Red Bay as an independent candidate in the last election. So he picked her up. She was intoxicated, get in the van, tells her, okay, this is where I live. He pulls off not far from her house in a secluded area. And she said he sexually assaulted her. Okay. His line of defense, and you can go read all the details in the article because the articles in CMR were quite detailed. We sat through the trial. His line of defense is, oh, don't believe her because she's a white woman, basically. And she wanted me and, all this kind of stuff. But there was so much stuff that didn't add up. This is back in 2021, right? There was so much stuff that just didn't add up about the case. Like, I struggled to understand how it was that, again, a jury of his peers, except they're being prejudiced towards the white woman, which, by the way, happened to have been a lawyer, well-respected person in the community, but how he got away when things just didn't make any sense. So even how he was explaining, like, how she supposedly, as intoxicated as she was, unzipped his pants and supposedly was fondling him because he claims that he was the one who was actually assaulted. That was his defense. It was his
defense was that. Okay.
Yeah, that he was the one who was actually assaulted, not her.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This woman, let's break it down. She was a total stranger to him. Didn't know him from the man in the moon, right? They call a taxi, a random taxi. He comes and picks her up. She's intoxicated. They're like, we don't want her drinking and driving. Just please get her home safely. She decides to make a move on this Caymanian young man who fancies himself to be so attractive that she had to make a move on him within visual distance of her house, where her husband and children are there waiting for her to get home. Now, let me show you how unbelievable the facts are, and yet a jury still allowed him to walk. So when I talk about the 3 to 5% being false accusations, right? Put this in context. The vehicle, I mean, he lied throughout about no, he didn't pick anybody up. So then they pulled CCTV footage from local properties, saw that it was him that was driving. Oh, yeah, okay. She woke up to find him. Her testimony was she woke up to find him digitally penetrating her. And this is going to get a little bit graphic, but I want you to understand this. Yeah. There's a reason why I'm telling you these details, because you'll understand that this dude got away with it. And a lot of people in our judiciary get away with it. It was hold on. It was that time of the month for her. Presumably you've had girlfriends and you've had, no woman not doing that shit. No woman is going to be coming on to a total stranger and tell you to put your fingers in her vagina when it's that time of the month and she don't even know you, bro. But that was his defense. That was his defense, that she wanted to engage in sex with him. Meanwhile, on the way to this assault, alleged assault, because he got away, he's texting and arguing with his girlfriend, who also happens to be a lawyer, now his wife. And a Caymanian woman married him. And she has children, young girls, for another Caymanian. You see, this is the ridiculousness and the foolishness that I'm saying, that in this community, right? The 5% that might be false accusations, that means that there are 95+% that are not false, and a lot of them get away with it.
Right. And you know what, Sandra? I will grant you that. I will say that the 5% we shouldn't even be like, I mean, yeah, we should focus on, but that's not the main point of our focus. I'll grant you that, right? So we know that 90% of crimes that are committed, you know, there's probable cause behind it. So like, we know that there's probable cause. So my next question, because like, I'm just doing like a process of elimination, right? I haven't been in Cayman. I haven't lived in Cayman for a while now, but like, I'm trying to figure out like, okay, so we know that it's not false allegations. Now, my next thing is it a jury that decides the people? Like, how do they like establish a basis for saying, yep, this man is innocent, let's let him walk? You know, like, what is that critical failure, in your opinion, in the judicial system that we need to correct?
Well, yeah, it's a jury of your peers, which means, you know, they don't necessarily
everybody knows everybody.
Well, not even that, but they don't necessarily have a complex understanding of the law, and they are human beings. So they are swayed by arguments like, oh, this is a white woman trying to take down a black Caymanian. They're swayed by that.
So it becomes a popularity contest.
Well, I mean, the lawyer made sufficient arguments along those lines, even claiming that she was asking him how to score drugs, like, you know, where to go get some cocaine. It's funny because in Cayman, the line of questioning that is allowed here from the defense when it comes to sexual assault cases in the US and other jurisdictions, you can't ask victims those types of questions, alleged victims. You can't ask those types of questions. What were you wearing? Why were you drinking? Why were you intoxicated? It's crazy the shit that I've seen allowed here, specifically in Cayman, when it comes to sexual assault victims. I'm thinking the judge should stop this line of questioning, and they don't.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't like, because for me, like, that's more like a relevance thing, you know, because it's like, what does this have to do with the case, you know? So I'm just trying to figure out, like, you know, why are we having these issues, and what are some steps that we as Caymanians can do to fix those issues?
Yeah. I mean, you know, we start with public education, which is, you know, what I try to do on a regular basis. We start with lobbying our elected members, right? So we can't have them sit down saying that they support a public offenders registry and then they never do anything about it. So every single person, and this is to protect children in particular, but every single person who's supportive of this registry, maybe you never heard about the petition 20-something years ago, you never got a chance to sign it. You know, I can't start a petition every week. People get petition fatigue. But that doesn't stop you from going to your elected officials or to WhatsApping them, messaging them and saying, listen, this is something that as a community, we still care very, very much about, and we want you to fix it. That's why I was really so proud of Kiara yesterday when she took to her social media and reminded people that she is a victim. She was victimized, right? And so every single time the parole board reaches out to her about, oh, this guy trying to get out early, she was victimized by him. And he does not deserve to get out early. She has lent her voice to this conversation. I think a lot of people know her. She has lent her voice to this very, very important conversation, even sharing the message that the parole board says, oh, you know, you're going to go through all this again in 12 months because he's going to be applying for early release again. These people should not even be eligible. There are certain people who should not be eligible for early release. If you commit this heinous of a crime, you need to be spending a lot more time in jail, and you should never get any credit or anything for early release. Why? Why haven't we fixed those elements of the law? That is where our elected officials come in, because they can easily fix it. Amend the damn legislation.
I mean, honestly, Sandra, like, this might be a really hot take, but like, you know, if I'm there and somebody is like, you know, sexually assaulted my wife, I think killing them should be fair game.
I agree with you 1,000%.
I think killing them should be fair game, especially if you're like a man, or, you know, and you see somebody doing that to, your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, I think,
or a
you should be able to
child,
chop their head
or
off.
more importantly,
Or
a child as
yeah.
well.
Or, right. More importantly, a child, Sandra. Like, I think all, like, murder should be fair game at that point. And it's not even murder. It's just,
That's self-defense. It's
yeah,
self-defense, or it's
legal.
defense of another person, which you can legally do. It depends on all the circumstances, obviously. But if you catch them in the act, you can do it. Now listen to me. We have there've been instances in this country where people have been caught in the act. And there was one. I can't remember all the details now, some years ago, where a family member caught a man abusing a child, and they did beat him up until the police came and took him away. So there are people who are doing the right thing in the moment when they see this sort of stuff. But I also find that there are far too many people who are not doing the right thing. There's another case that I've mentioned here on the show where a mother, her new husband from Jamaica, while she's in the hospital having a baby for him, he's going after her 12, 13-year-old child left at home. And then the child originally spoke up and spoke to the police. And then they promised her they were going to buy her cell phone if she retracted her statement. This is a Caymanian mother who lives in this community, now has 2 children. And this is what she allowed a man to do to her own child, and would not allow justice. Now, it was bad enough that she wasn't in a position to protect her child. Now, I don't know what decent mother leaves a young teenage girl at home, even for a couple days, with a man who is not even her father in that household. And he went after that child while she's in the hospital, giving birth to his own child. But yet she's protecting him.
Yeah, wouldn't the mother be charged with obstruction, though?
What they did is they got the young lady to retract her story, because she did tell her grandmother. But for promises of a cell phone, they got her. And this is why when a child makes a complaint like that, automatically the system should prohibit the complainant from having any contact with the accused and anybody else connected. So if the system had any sense, when they realized the dynamics of even what the mother did, leaving this child unsupervised in the house with this big hardback man, they should not have allowed that teenage child to have any contact with her mother. Because the mother then went about convincing her not to say anything and to retract her story. So by the time the MASH unit got it months later, they still trying to fact check and do all this, she had retracted her story. So do you know how common, you talk about, false allegations. Do you know how common it is for a real legitimate victim to actually, for different reasons, they're afraid of the process. They realize, oh my God, I have to go through this for years of my life. They ended up retracting their story and pulling back. You know how often that happens? That happens far more frequently than people realize. Or victims who never come forward because they're afraid. Like and they're like, okay, I come forward, I have to face this person again. I have to keep reliving it. I have to talk to the police. Then I have to go to court. I have to retell it. It takes a lot out of a victim to be able to do that. And that's why I take my hats off. Like every time I see a victim sitting there and giving their testimony, and for people to then discard what they've said, question them, oh, we're not going to believe you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, who is going to sit there and go through all of this? And for people to still say, well, she's lying, she's this, she's that. That's what I'm telling you. The chances of that happening to go all that way is slim to none. It does not happen very often that someone is going to go through all of that and actually be a liar in the end.
And all I'm saying, Sandra, is that we should look at cases step by step and case by case.
Every case is an individual. Absolutely. And the courts, to be fair, that's how the courts operate. That's how the police operate. Let me give you another example, right? But here's a statistical fact that I think is important, right? The average child molester, by the time they are quote unquote caught, if they're ever caught, and they go to jail, they have left a slew of like 20 something victims in their path. Think about that.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
There's a long list of people that were victimized, that 20 something. This is in the US. So let's pare it down for Cayman. But the point being is that by the time you find someone who finally speaks up, who finally goes through the process of calling the police, telling a mother, telling somebody, there have already been lots of victims who didn't. And they were getting away with it for a very long time. I'm going to give you one example that I know about. He's in jail now, thank God. Renato Harris, DJ Renato. Remember him?
Oh my goodness, DJ Renato?
You don't know he's sitting in jail for raping a woman and getting her pregnant from the rape?
What the? Yo, what? I didn't know that.
I sat through that trial. Let me tell you something now.
Oh my goodness.
I sat through that trial and I was flabbergasted at what I saw. He kept looking at me as though every time he told a lie, somehow he's looking at me to see if I was believing it. I was sitting there shaking my head like, dude. This woman was a medical student and she actually spoke out in her show. So what I want you to do, she came on the show a couple of years ago, March of 2023, almost 3 years now. She actually spoke out on the show and, she gave a lot of details in terms of what happened to her, right? But having listened to her testimony, like during the trial and everything, basically he met her at a bar. She's a medical student here at St. Matthew's, plied her full of alcohol, said that he was going to take her home, ended up taking her to his place and raped her that night. So she wakes up in the morning, no clothes on. She's like, what happened here? I didn't consent to anything. I'm not even supposed to be at your house. Then he turns around and rapes her again that morning while she was fully sober. Like, not fully sober, you know what I mean? She was like, what? Then he holds her down and rapes her again. Okay? And when you hear victims talk about how she felt like she was a cockroach being pinned down by him, and she explains how that destroyed her life. And as a result of that rape, she actually got pregnant and had to go home and terminate this pregnancy. It's horrific and horrible for a woman to be sexually assaulted, for a woman to be raped. But on top of that, for her to be impregnated with her rapist's child. And then some women are really, really against abortion. Now they have to struggle with, oh my God, do I have this child? Do I give it up for adoption? I can't imagine, because you're going to be constantly reminded of this rape if you bring this child into this world. I mean, it complicates your life so much more. So it was so, bizarre, because despite going to the pharmacy, he drove her to the pharmacy so she could get the morning after pill. She got it. And she still got pregnant for this bastard. Like, the facts were just like so shocking. Her life was destroyed. She had to drop out of medical school. She suffers from depression. She was, and this is the part now that I'm getting to.
Yeah.
He said in passing, overheard him talking to his lawyer in court. Hear this now. Oh, but I do this to girls all the time. But the first time I do it to a Black girl, I get accused of rape. He had been doing, listen to me. It came out of his own words, out of his own mouth. He had been targeting mostly Spanish women in this country who come here in a work permit, barmaids and whatever, doing that to them, sexually assaulting them. And because they're here on a work permit, they're even more fearful. They don't want to speak up. They don't want to rock no boats. Oh, he's a big shot DJ. He works for this company. He's big in the community. Everybody knows him. He walks around like he's some kind of fucking celebrity. So those are the things that people are afraid, like, oh my God, speaking out against a celebrity or someone well-known in the community is even more fearful. Because automatically people want to take his side. Like, no, man, he's a cool dude, He always be buying me drinks and this and that and whatever. But out of his own mouth, he admitted that this was not the first time he had taken someone who could not give consent, who was completely inebriated, had so much to drink. And when you do that, that's called rape. There's no other description for it. That he had done this before countless times, and no one had ever complained to the police until this girl. Make that sink in when you talk about, false accusations. The other spectrum of this is where the problem is. It's not with the false accusations. And listen, I think anybody who makes a false accusation of sexual assault or any criminality against someone, that they should have the book thrown at them. That is an offense. And so they should be charged. But that's not the pendulum hasn't swung that much in that direction. When you know the reality, when you sit in court and you talk to victims and you see what's happening. And this is why I think even in this country, you know, Renata was sentenced to 16 and a half years. Good for them. We need to have more victim advocacy. We need to have forums where victims can come forward and share their stories more with the community, so that we are sensitized to what is actually happening. We can, because when I mentioned his name, you didn't even know that he was in jail for 16 and a half years for rape. You know, we need to be informed. It is our responsibility. Yeah. I know you said you're living overseas, you're Caymanian overseas, but this is still your country, right? You need to be advocating. Right. You've got a mother, maybe you've got sisters, you've got female cousins. Do you know that at least 1 in 4 of them, think about the 10 women that you know, just pick 10. If it's 1 in 4, that means at least 2 minimum, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 of them have been victims of assault in their lifetime. Think about that. That's your mothers. Yes. Those are your mothers, your aunts. Yes. Yes. Your cousins. Your little baby cousins that maybe you were trying to protect, they have been victimized by people, somebody in their life. Your mother. Have you ever had a conversation with your mom? With your aunts, like older women, say, hey, have you ever been a victim of unwanted touching, sexual assault, rape, anything like that? If they were honest with you, I actually think it's probably more like 2 and 4 in Cayman, because we dismiss a lot of the touching as, oh, that's not a big deal.
Right.
I'm an advocate for this, and I have friends. Listen, I've got really, really good friends in my life, women. They've been hearing me talk about this forever, and they never said anything. Then one day, you know how these things go, you sit in a dining room, and they're like, Sandy, when you report on this Ebanks guy, this is another one who molested his child right at credit union, had her sitting on his lap, fondling her and all kind of stuff. So when he goes to jail, she says, I actually went on a date with him and he raped me on that date. And I was like, what? They went through all this trial. I can't, Monroe Ebanks, something his name is, all this stuff. And you've never told me this. Like, you hear me talking about this, because it is difficult for women. It is difficult for victims to come forward and talk about these things. And she's like, yes, I was victimized by him. It was date rape. It happens a lot. And I was like, oh my God. And, date rape, and then gives her an STD as well, because he's out here doing all kind of shit in the streets. Right. So when you hear that he's molesting his own daughter, that's no surprise, because this dude has been at it for Courtney Monroe Ebanks, or something his name is. He's been at this for a hot minute, and he's done this to countless people before he was actually caught doing it with his own daughter, his own child. So Jesus. These are the things. Courtney David Ebanks, and he also goes by David Monroe Ebanks. I'll kind of mix up names, but anyway, these are the things that are so disturbing that's happening right here in our community. So just a couple of years ago, someone reached out and they said, that guy who got convicted of molesting his daughter, of course he's out of jail now, Sandy. But he was selling something online, or his girlfriend was selling something. They're like, I went to this house to look at an item that was being sold. Yeah, David Courtney Ebanks. Shock and surprise, he's dating some foreign woman, because of course, when you're a convicted rapist, what do you then do? Caymanians might know who you are, but the expats don't know. The Canadians coming here don't know. The British girls coming here, they don't know who you really are. So now you can hook up with them, and they're none the wiser. So now he's exclusively dating foreign women because they're easy prey.
Right. Sandra, let me ask you a question. You mean to tell me that Cayman doesn't have like a sex offender registry?
No.
What?
Nope.
You mean to tell me the Cayman Islands doesn't have a registry of sex offenders listed for their crimes?
Nope. And I have been personally fighting for this now in excess of 20 years. I gave a petition to the deputy governor. I'd have to go back and see exactly when that was, but years ago. And we have no sex offender registry. And in fact, I started to set up a page with these guys who were convicted and stuff, right? A Facebook page back in the day. I had to hand over the administrative rights to my friend overseas because the police had the nerves to call me and threaten me with prosecution. You know why? Let me tell you why. One of the photos posted on the website was a photo of a guy, Delroy James, who was actually convicted in 2015 of molesting children in our schools because he was a school teacher. And because he was in a photo with Mary Rodriguez, right? And that photo, I'm going to put it up here on the screen. That photo was posted. They're like, oh, you know, Miss Mary calling and complaining that she's in this photo with this guy. And I'm like, so? They're the ones who hired him. And we're showing his face. He was a school teacher, yes. So this page is still up, but I don't even think my friend really does much in terms of updating it. They really should. But this is the kind of foolishness that's going on in this country. And then they come at me talking about they're going to charge me with putting these offenders' pictures up on this Facebook page. The system protects perpetrators more than anything. And no, we do not to this day. That's what we were just saying here today. Ms. Brenda said, why can't you get it done? We do not have a sex offenders registry.
Do they have like women's centers or like, you know what I'm trying to say here? Like, do they have like places where women can go and get resources?
We do have the crisis center, which has very limited capacity for women who are in, you know, abusive situations. But we have a lot of work to do in this country. We really have a lot of work to do. Like I said, the churches fight against it. Oh, we don't want teenage girls knowing anything about sexuality because they equate appropriate sex education with somehow, I guess, telling them to go out there and have sex. I don't know how they got to that conclusion. But like I said, when the previous governor contacted me to say, help me understand the culture of Cayman. Why is this so hard for us to get programs that are age appropriate approved in the schools? The UK had actually funded and giving us money for these programs. And because of the kickback from the so-called Christian schools, which most of the schools in Cayman, you know, are Christian schools, right? Because of the kickback from them, they were not able to implement and to use that funding for this program. So the governor was saying to me, help me understand how we can work on this. What can we change?
Right. Sandra, I just want to make a quick point for, you know, your viewers and everything. Basically right now, I'm not saying like, you know, we should treat all sexual assault claims as like, you know, fake allegations and, you know, punish the women. That's not what I'm saying. Right. What I'm saying is that like we should look at each individual case and treat it as an independent event.
I totally agree.
There's a total different thing. I'm not saying that, you know, these women, they don't have legitimate claims and they're not right in speaking up. Like I encourage people, even if it's like any criminal case, right? If somebody hits you, you need to speak up. You need to go to the police, man, woman, child, whatever, you know. Right now, like, you know, I totally agree that, you know, we have some serious issues. And you said that like 1 in 4 women are sexually assaulted in Cayman.
At least 1 in 4 women in their lifetime, and that means that it could have happened when they were a child, right? Have been victims of sexual abuse, molestation, touching, the gamut. At least.
I mean, you know, honestly, Sandra, I like, you know, that makes it even worse now because now, hey man, are they having kids? I don't think people are having kids.
They having them. Sometimes it's the ones who can't afford them to have them the most. And those are the kids who are at risk. Of course, they're having them.
Okay, so like population hasn't really declined in Cayman per se.
Well, we have a lot of newcomers as well. So, and it's not declining for, you know, here's another guy, this Neville Lloyd Prasad back in 2022. He had multiple victims. I think he was originally from Jamaica, but he was sentenced to 8.5 years. And he had multiple victims within the same family, like cousins and children around the yard. And his Caymanian wife, let me be very, very clear, his Caymanian wife was actually trying to support him and telling these little girls in the family not to speak up.
Oh.
So listen, I hear you when you say the pendulum has swung, but I'm here to tell you that the real reality on the ground and with these cases, unfortunately, is that the pendulum has not, it's not what you think when you say that it's swung too far in the opposite direction. That is a bit of misinformation when these types of cases with repeat offenders and multiple victims and all this stuff is actually happening.
Yeah,
we have a fight in our hands to protect all victims, male, female, children, adults, and it's happening a lot. So the DPP's office during last week at the opening of the Grand Court said that there's an uptick in the number of these cases that's happening. So this conversation kicked off today because this guy, George, originally from the UK, George has now been convicted of multiple rapes. He was charged with 15 counts of assault against 3 juveniles. Those are the 3 that came forward. I can assure you that there was more than 3. But they don't come forward. They don't talk. So now he's been convicted and he's waiting for sentencing. He has multiple cases, been found guilty in all of them. Now he's waiting to be sentenced, and his lawyer has put forward this argument that he has mental health issues, apparently ADHD and whatever else she claims that he has. So therefore, he should not go to jail, that he should go to the UK and serve his time in a probably some cushy, so-called quasi mental health facility. When he was targeting young girls, he was, purposely going after them through social media. He was searching them out. He was looking for them, all that sort of stuff. But the family has money. They came him from the UK, opened up a really nice restaurant at Cayman Bay. So, they can hire a lawyer to sit down and talk and all this kind of foolishness.
Right. So you're saying that he got off because his parents had money?
He was found guilty.
Oh, he was found guilty. Okay.
But he's awaiting sentencing. So the lawyer argues that he shouldn't go to jail because he has mental health issues. So they should send him back, deport him, and send him back to the UK so he can go to a mental health facility. Keep in mind that when he came to this jurisdiction, his parents knew that he had gotten an underage girl in the UK pregnant. So they knew what they were dealing with. They still moved here, them and their money and their connections, right? Open up a restaurant, not keeping an eye on their adult son now and how he is luring little children, giving them rides everywhere, communicating with little children, all this kind of foolishness. They don't take any responsibility for his actions. But now he got mental health problems.
Yeah, the math ain't mathing with that case.
And that's the case. That's the point with a lot of cases. So that's why when you said, you feel like the pendulum is swinging too far the other way, and it's poor innocent men that are being falsely accused and get caught. I needed to kind of give you a reality check on what is actually happening.
I only said that there's a probability that there are men that will be falsely accused, because that happens quite frequently in America as well. Right? Again,
it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen frequently. So this is where your language is important. It does happen.
Yeah, it's not.
But I can tell you from the research, right? And this is now, I've just done a little search here. So widely cited meta-analysis of 7 studies found a confirmed false reporting rate of about 5.2% of sexual assault complaints to police, with a 95% confidence interval of roughly 3 to 8.5%. So the evidence, these are like 10-year-old studies and all sorts of stuff. The evidence does not support that this is widespread at all. The evidence says that, yes, there are some false reports, but it's like 5% or less. And those people are not the ones that make it all, like normally they get flushed out once the police start interviewing and, you know, the case starts to progress. Those cases will fall apart at the very earliest stages.
Right. So my main question now is like for all cases in Cayman.
So that was the US. In the UK, it's 2%.
Okay, so in the UK, it's even less.
Yeah.
So my next question.
In Cayman, I honestly believe that it's even less than the 2%. Because we live in such a strong male-dominated society, right? Where you even make that accusation against someone, you are victimized first. You're questioned. Like, are you sure that happened? Well, why were you at his house? Here's another case. Remember the Webster case with the guy who ran for political office, and he was also a fireman, and he molested that little high school girl, but she recorded it. She recorded him begging her. I don't know if you remember this video that was circulating. Good thing she recorded it, begging him to like touch her and to do this with her and all kind of stuff. She had it on video. And do you know that there are people in our society who saw that and were like, why did she record that? I was like, what the fuck? If she didn't record it, y'all wouldn't even believe the child. And then these young girls, they too mature and they're too distant. Victim blaming in the Caribbean and in Cayman is a big thing. We victim blame. So that is one of the reasons why victims don't come forward in this country. So I think that false reporting, because the victims know nobody not that stupid. I think that's probably 1% or less in Cayman, because the system, everything is stacked against the women in this country. Everything.
Yeah,
the police officers, the interviewing process, everything.
All right. So like my main focus right here is like, okay, let's say we enforce the laws and we believe the women right away, right? And we just
that doesn't happen. You don't believe a woman right away. It has to go through proper investigation. There's some cases obviously that are.
Let's say we change like things, right? We say, okay, you know what? We as a society have learned that, you know, women, you know, should be believed based on the 95% confidence.
No, but that's not how the judiciary works. So, you know, we're not going to change the laws of justice to say that as soon as you make a complaint, you're automatically believed. Hello, I've had 10 cases now against me and I've won like every single case. So a person, a defendant, is entitled to due process. That's one of the reasons we have an issue with President Trump. You can't just go around murdering people and talk about, well, we know for sure they're a drug dealer, they're this, that. We don't care. We can just bomb and kill them. No, everybody, even the most heinous of criminals in the United States of America, have been entitled to due process. So why is it because it's somebody else's nationals that all of a sudden you don't care about their due process and their rights? Everyone's entitled to due process.
Yeah.
So the due process is you don't automatically believe either side. You take the statements that are given by the complainant. The defendant has an opportunity to give a statement to the police if they wish to do so. Some defendants don't wish to speak to the police and they say, let's take it to court. And then you get your lawyer, you adduce your evidence. You can show I wasn't at the scene of the crime. I have an excuse. I have an alibi. This is my version of what happened. And then somebody, whether it's a judge or jury, will adjudicate in the end and decide who to believe and what evidence. Was there any corroborating evidence, any independent, all the factors come together. So there's never a world where anybody gets to sit back and say, well, we're going to automatically believe someone just because they say they were victimized. And I would never advocate for that anyway. That's not how the justice system works.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Yes, we shouldn't just go and, not trying to sound away, but like just say, oh, we're going to believe every single case and we're just going to, not give them due process. Like, I do believe that there's an argument to be had that everybody should be given due process. I'm just trying to I guess like figure out like, you know, what are like some potential solutions that we can implement in Cayman, and you know, is it a cultural thing? Is it a economic problem? Is it a, you know, a societal issue? Like I'm trying to, you know, get to the root point, you know?
Yeah.
And try
No,
to see how
there's
can
a
we
number of
address this issue.
yeah, there are a number of things that, you know, contribute to it. And I think that, again, one of the reasons why I, you know, publicly speak out about this is because a lot of it comes down to education. A lot of people don't know, they're not paying attention, they're not listening. And so, you know, I use this platform a lot of times to bring these cases to the forefront, to provide the details. I mean, my number one desire is to prevent abuse, right? How do we protect your children? So you can't ever, you break a glass, a vase or whatever, you can't ever put that back together like how it was before it was broken. So how do we protect your children from being broken in the first place? So as parents, as aunts and uncles and, you know, community leaders and all this kind of stuff, we need to do a better job of educating children. What does it look like when someone is trying to groom you, right? Of not giving these perpetrators easy access to our children. So that's why I'm an advocate of no cell phones for teenagers, because you're setting your children up. He was contacting his victims, this latest guy, George, through social media. Yeah. Why is an 11-year-old on social media? Why is a 10-year-old on social media? So this is where I'm like, protect your children. Parents, be smarter. We've got people in our families who we cannot trust. Uncles. The vast majority of abuse happens within families. It's that trusted grandfather, stepfather, uncle, aunts, the helper. I talked about how many people in this community have said, oh, the helper touched me and molested me.
Yeah.
So the first thing is prevention. An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure.
That's true.
So educate children as young as you can about what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate, touch, and so on.
But Sandra, here's my other question, right? Because you said before that, you know, it's the parents' job and responsibility to educate their children, correct? I don't want to take your word.
Yeah, I mean, the parents should be the primary place where they're getting educated. But in lieu of that, that's why the schools should also offer it as well, because some parents aren't equipped to talk to children about this stuff.
Right. So like, but that also brings to my second, and I don't want to take your words out of context here, but you said that, you know, in any rape or sexual assault case, it's going to be like family members.
Well, not all the time. I said in most instances. Yeah. In most instances, because it's people that they trust. You see, there's a so it's a trust. It could be the neighbor. It could be the trusted neighbor, the trusted pastor, the trusted school teacher. So think about the people naturally who have access to your children. If you're a half decent parent, you know, you're not leaving your children here, there, and everywhere, right? So the people around you are the ones who have that you kind of trust. You send them to youth group. Do you know almost 45% of children who are sexually abused by other children, by their peers? So it's the older cousin that you know, Sunday lunch, family dinners, you allow your little girl at 7 years old to go sit down at a table and play with her male cousins who are 12, 13, and 14 years old, and they start molesting her and fondling her and that sort of thing. That happens a lot. So here's what we do about it. Number one, we educate ourselves. We have to know what's happening, how it's happening, because then that allows you as a person who is responsible for children, caregivers, to know what signs to look for. But it also allows you to have a communication plan between you and children around you, right? So let me give this example. We're about to launch a youth program, right? Youth talk show, where young people will have their own, you know, they get a talk show back because they haven't had a talk show in years. So they have their own platform again, their own talk show. Anyone who's going to work with them, from if I have like a videographer, myself, I've gone through the ad litem, what's it called? Light to darkness program. So everybody has to have child safeguarding training. You shouldn't expose your children to any kind of camps, youth groups, organizations where they've not at least committed, they don't have a child safeguarding program, policy, and they have not required their staff to go through the training. That's one layer of protection. It's not, you're not 100% because of it. They'll be very, very clear. So that part of it. But as a parent, you need to set the perimeters to be able to, secure and know that your child is in safe environments. Because that's the most important thing, keeping them safe first and foremost. So for example, no sleepovers. Mm-hmm. One of the most vulnerable times for a child is when they are at a sleepover.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So absolutely, in my household, we have a 0 sleepover. Don't even ask. Don't even think about it. And my daughters, it says, why? I said, one day I'll be able to explain to you why sleepovers are not a good idea, but it is for your own protection. It is for your own best interests.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially since you said that like 2 out of 4 women are being, and all these stats like that you were just giving me, like, I could see why you err on the side of no tolerance.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's what good. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I was thinking about this too. Like, I think in Cayman, a lot of there. Well, here's a question, because like, this one is kind of like a more of a tough one, really. But if you have somebody, right, and they committed sexual assault, like, they did it, I know they did it, Peter down the street knows they did it, and the court said that this person is innocent, and then they get to walk free. Would Cayman really say, okay, we're going to allow this person to get a job and reintegrate back into society, or will they hold it over their head and not give them, any room for grace? Like, you know what I mean? Like mob rule.
Well, take a look around. I don't think that that's happening.
I mean,
people are able to.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, people are able to integrate back into society and get jobs and stuff like that. They're even able to eventually get their records cleaned. Eventually they're able to expunge their records.
Yeah, man. No, I was just thinking about that, because it's like, imagine like you go and, somebody has been acquitted by a jury and they said not guilty. They're allowed to reintegrate in Cayman. And I know Cayman is known for like not letting things go with people.
The reality, I think, is probably a little bit different. Like we were just talking about a guy this morning. Yeah, Caymanians are going to remember it. So when it comes up in conversation like this, somebody was saying, this girl's husband, he cut a girl's throat when she was a teenager because she didn't want to be with him. And he sexually assaulted multiple people. In that sense, where Caymanians going to bring it up and talk about it. But she just said he's working for government now. He has a government job.
Well,
we're very forgiving. I'm pretty sure we're very forgiving. But leave me there. Yeah. It was good talking to you. I appreciate the phone call, and call in more to the program, because although you're no longer living in Cayman, I think it's important for you to continue to know what's happening in your own country, right?
Right, definitely. Well, I appreciate you, Sandra. Thank you for having me on here.
I appreciate you too. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. So folks, I got to wrap up. Oh my God. I got to go to 1 o'clock events. I got to get going, but Lucky Body says, I remember that thing with the other Webster. I'm not saying nothing about the Websters, but I'm saying something about the Websters. Be careful, honey child. Some of them have a reputation that precedes them, and it seems to run in families. Abuse runs in families. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention, folks. Wow, we've unpacked a lot. Almost 4 hours. We need to get back to work. I saw Carrie made a comment about how I mistreated her husband at the gas station. Carrie, stop your nonsense. I don't even know who your husband is, right? I don't, as a general rule, I don't go around being rude to people at gas stations, security officers at the airport, or anywhere else. That's ridiculous. I didn't do anything to your husband at no gas station. I would not have even known who your husband was. So I don't even know what you're talking about. You obviously weren't there. So I don't know what made up story he would have told you, but that's absolutely false. Absolutely false. And the 1-2 times that I can count that I even go to bar cam, because bar cam is a little bit, out of my way in some way. So I don't really frequent bar cam very often, although I want to do a big shout out to Peter Campbell and his partners that have that Cayman owned gas station. That's ridiculous. So if he told you that and you're sitting here believing him, because obviously you were not there, that's a bunch of hogwash. I don't know your husband. I don't know what he looks like. He could pass me in the street and I would have no clue who he is. So yeah, that's foolishness. If you've lost the phone, reach out to us. Look like somebody found, I think it looks like a Samsung phone. Do reach out to us and we'll try to get you reunited with your phone. All right, I got to get to work. I got a recording to do at 1:00 today. Yes, the Darkness and Light program. I hope they've amended that, because when I did it, it was kind of dated in so many respects. I really hope, but these are the faces of offenders, folks, all over Cayman. And I feel like I should probably take that page back over and start posting them and updating that page, because it's just not being done. Again, that was the police trying to threaten me to silence me. Still, it was happening then and still happening now. Yeah. What a hot mess. All right, folks. We have a fight on our hands on behalf of everyone in this country, but especially my major concern is definitely for our children. It's crazy. Talk to your MPs. Let them know that this is something that we want, that we are advocating for, that we are not going silent on. I can't be the sole voice on this. Yes, I know you guys, some of you believe I can get anything done. I wish I could, but this is one that is really, really hard. It's difficult to make any headway on this. Okay. We will keep you updated on what the outcome is with this George and his case. Yeah. All right. That's all I got for you, folks. Tomorrow's Friday. We do have the economic forum on Friday. Tomorrow, the Chamber Economic Forum. So we will not be going into any overtime tomorrow. So tune in early. We're going to be very, very tight with our scheduling for tomorrow's show so that we can get to the economic forum at a decent time. Yeah. All right. Okay. That's all I got for you. Have yourselves a good day. Miss Brenda's asking for George's last name. It's some unusual last name. Hold on. Let me see. It's George. Something begins with an S. 1 second here. George. I think the J is silent. It is Schlipper. It's Slijper. But I bet the J is probably silent. So maybe it's Slipper. Mm-hmm. Young man who has everything at his disposal. You know. Now we get to hear his sob story. He's now 26 years old. We get to hear his sob story about, as a baby, he was left for dead. Man. I don't really give a shit. That doesn't mean that you get to now destroy somebody else's life, because you had a rough upbringing. Not even a rough upbringing, because these people adopted him when he was 18 months old. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's horrific to know that somebody abandoned you, but look at that. You found good people. You found good people to take you in, and you still fuck up your life. How apropos is that? I mean, like, really, dude? People of financial means who could give you anything, give you a condo in South Sound for you to have an apartment of your own. You wasn't even having to work, and you still fucking around with little kids. You deserve the jail to be thrown at you and you buried under it. Anyway, we'll keep you guys posted. We'll be there for the sentencing, and we will keep you guys posted on all the details of how this flushes out, honey chill. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you guys tomorrow morning. Take care.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.